And okay, it's there now. All right, great. So let's start again. Good morning. Now, yesterday was a very productive day, and in many ways, on stage and off stage. And I'm hoping, even though I'm assured, that everyone had a wonderful evening at the cocktail and that you're now ready to go for day two. Let me acknowledge our host and some other dignitaries here again with us. We are happy again to have the Premier of Anguilla. And I realized yesterday when we kept mentioning the Premier of Anguilla, persons kept looking to try to identify. So, Madam Premier, if you could just raise your hand so people can see the Premier of Anguilla. And we also want to acknowledge the Governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, Mr. Antoine. We're also happy again today to have with us members of the board, members of the staff of ECCB and related agencies. We also want to again welcome all the presenters that have joined us for day two. Joining us again today is also the member of the Nevis Island Assembly, Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge. And of course, we want to acknowledge all those who are again joining us virtually on YouTube and Facebook. Day two is going to be another period of education. I learned a lot yesterday. And in learning, one of the things that caught my attention was the presentation by the Kalinago group, because it was very inspiring, but also to a great degree emotional. And that is a great takeaway from me. But in addition, in the latter part of the day with the presentation, the technical presentation in terms of cybersecurity, there is much for us to learn from that presentation as well for us to administer in our own operations here in our various Caribbean countries. And it is hoped that we are paying keen attention to learn, but to implement and to make change and to grow and to help us to be more resilient. Someone asked me yesterday, what happens after today? Where does it go? Well, I cannot speak for the central bank, but let me do. The central bank cannot effect the changes that our own countries and organizations and us as individuals need to effect. Their job is to bring it to us. It is our job now to assist the process in the implementation of what we have learned, what we've listened to here at the various presentations. Before I move on, I also want to recognize the Deputy Speaker of our National Parliament, Senator Latoya Jones, and the head of our OECS Commission, Dr. Jules. In addition, I want to let you know that today we're going to take a switch into a more sporty atmosphere. And it is my expectation that we'll all participate when it comes to that part of the program. We also have some giveaways that we're going to present to you. And we gave away something nice yesterday. And we're going to give away nice things again today. Now, first to formalize the start of today, I want you to help me in welcoming Carol Pemberton, who will administer prayer for us. Please stand.
Good morning, all. As we have assumed a posture of reverence, please unite your hearts with me as I pray. Heavenly Father, As we begin the second day of the Growth and Resilience Dialogue, themed in pursuit of extraordinary excellence, we ask for your divine guidance upon the presenters. May their insights stimulate thought-provoking discussions that will truly foster economic growth and development throughout the ECCU. Dear Lord, please inspire each participant to embrace the challenge of the big push and to persistently work towards the revitalization of the ECCU with extraordinary excellence and a quest for exceptional achievement. May all of us be moved to unlearn and relearn, adopting new skills, new thinking, even exploring opportunities like strategic development in sports and the transformative potential of electric vehicles and their infrastructure. Dear Lord, grant us wisdom and vision as we collaborate so that our efforts may indeed lead to a brighter and more prosperous future for all. In Jesus' name we pray. Let everyone say amen. God bless.
Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, I will love you forever. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica.
There's actually a program that actually brings facilities to countries in need of facilities. And so the biggest issue has actually been getting the land allocation for this track. Literally give us the land and there will be a track. And what I'm really hoping is this medal also kind of lights a fire under, all government officials to get that done. I want a place where the next generation doesn't necessarily have to go overseas to even start, budding their greatness. I want it to be an interest where the kids can just go and hang on the track and race each other just for the fun of it. That genuine, innocent intrigue in the sport is really needed.
Dominica, I will love you forever. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica, I will love you forever. Sweet, sweet, sweet Dominica.
There's actually a program that actually brings facilities to countries in need of facilities. And so the biggest issue has actually been getting the land allocation for this track. Literally give us the land and there will be a track. And what I'm really hoping is this medal also kind of lights a fire under, all government officials to get that done. I want a place where the next generation doesn't necessarily have to go overseas to even start, budding their greatness. I want it to be an interest where the kids can just go and hang on the track and race each other just for the fun of it. That genuine, innocent intrigue in the sport is really needed.
Dominica, I will love you forever.
I know for an Olympic champion, we can do better than that. You see, that previous applause is something you give to people like me, who ain't no champion. But when we have a world-class Dominican champion, you have to do that. Well, I'm going to change a little bit. Because she's Dominican by birth. Her grandfather is Kittitian, which makes her qualified to be a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Am I getting pinned? Oh my goodness. What an honor. Thank you so much.
Now I'm just going to ask the folks who are relevant to take care of the paperwork. All right. Thank you very much for cooperating. There is no doubt that we want your participation in this. So I'm going to ask you, because some of you didn't go walking this morning, including me. So I want you to please stand. Take out your cell phones, both of them for some of you. And I want you to take a photo. And then I want you to share that photo on your social media platforms with the hashtag GRD2025. I'm going to repeat it. Hashtag GRD2025. Now, when you talk, you may have a seat now, if you're finished. Well, I'm ecstatic. I asked for a picture. I'm getting an album. That's wonderful. Now, many years from now, you may not, but many years from now, you're going to appreciate the value of that photo. Now, we're going to have an opportunity to have a chat with our Olympic champion. And in so doing, we're going to focus on the topic of going for gold, strategic development and investments in sports in the OECS. And we're going to have a little chat with our Olympian. And I'm hoping that you too can participate in it, both virtually and in person. So just to remind those who want to participate, you send a message via the social media platform that you're using, and our support team would furnish those to me, which is why I have to carry my cell with me and constantly check so that we can incorporate your questions as well. So what I want to do now is to ask my team to seat us so that we can have this nice chat, riverside chat, and then we'll get you involved in the discussions as well.
Do you have a preferred seat?
All right.
Thank you.
The first thing, if I'm to be honest, that's on my mind, is where is the gold medal?
Okay, my sincerest apologies. I have it. It's in the hotel. In the rush of this morning, my apologies.
Well, just leave it there.
In St. Kitts, just leave it at the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, I'll run that by Team
We'll send
Dominica.
a replica.
A replica?
Yes.
Good luck.
Well, we all have one, so that's all right. But to be serious, though, you train for many years.
Yes.
Because sometimes we see success as overnight. There's no overnight success.
Absolutely not.
There's always a process.
Yes.
You trained for years. You had dreams, you had hopes. And then next thing you know, you're looking at the board.
Yeah.
And you're the champion.
Yeah.
This is not back in high school. What emotional thoughts came?
I think that in the moment, right after I realized that I had won, I remember looking out into the stadium, and there was this moment of awe and wonder. And I think in that moment, there was also true peace. You know, I started this journey at age 13, and I accomplished this moment 17 years later. 17 years later. And at that point, it was like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. That all the hard work, the dedication, the tireless moments of close but not quite close enough It was all worth it. And so there was true peace at that moment, but about 5 seconds after that moment of peace, it was just roaring excitement from within. And I think there was a moment where you saw it come out in a very pure scream. I think I even like crouched down and screamed on the track. And it was a joy because for that moment I knew that Dominica had just gone down in history and that no matter what, we were forever going to be Olympic champions.
Now, I know you were flooded with calls, but who was the first person you called when you got the opportunity?
Ooh, the first person I called.
That you would like to share with us?
I think there was I don't know if, I'm trying to think of when I got my phone back. I think my first call was actually to Prime Minister Skerrit after when I got my phone back, and it was him congratulating me.
The Prime Minister?
Yes, the Prime Minister was one of the first people that was able to get in contact with me on the phone. Simply because you have to remember, my family and my husband's family, my husband is my coach for those who don't know, were in the stadium. So I had my immediate family right there with me. So there's no need to call. They were on the sidelines. The first person I spoke to was my husband. I gave him a hug. As soon as I was done competing, walked right to him in the stadium. But the first call was to Prime Minister Skerrit.
What does this gold medal and your achievement mean, not only to you, but the people of Dominica?
I think it is a platform on which they can stand a little taller. A sense of pride, a sense of worldly presence, and most importantly, I think that it is a true reminder that just because we are tiny does not mean we are not mighty. I am a huge advocate for the phrase, especially within the OACS, that it is about quality, not quantity. Our population or land size does not dictate our capacity to have power and influence in the world. And And I think that is what the Dominican people are feeling right now. And the best part, it seems to transcend, generations, religion, political status. One thing I have learned is that sport, and especially success in sport, is truly a unifying umbrella and factor.
Good. Now, you have this success. It's going to last forever, as you said, which is true. What is it you want to do with that success and all of the resources that have come your way and can still come your way? You're still a very young woman. What is it you want to do with this success for your Dominican people?
For my Dominican people, I would like this success to be the first step in actually procuring and creating a strong athletics foundation across the island. And that expands past just track and field. For me, this means, one, being able to provide a facility in my own realm, which is, of course, track and field, so I would like a track stadium built. But it also means procuring and ensuring the longevity of certain structures, whether it be ensuring that the basketball players always have the proper equipment they need, making sure that the cricket fields are always in the proper standings, that the young people can always use it, but also we can continue to host international competitions, and also kind of branching out on what sport can do, especially for our future generations. It's not just about hosting competitions or creating our next Olympic medalist. It's about having our next generation realize that there are so many opportunities that occur within the field of athletics. Maybe you're into sports management. Maybe you're into media videography. Maybe you're into meet management or marketing. It's more than just creating a sportsman or sportswoman. It's about creating a career path that is available within the sport.
Everyone knows Dominica is nature isle. The greenery, the fruits, the vegetables, the fertile soil, almost like Jamaica, St. Kitts. I did say almost.
Almost, okay. I
You're
heard
an
it.
ambassador.
I
Please
am.
challenge me on that.
Close.
But seriously, how can Dominica use the achievement of Thea Lafond to help its marketing as a tourism destination?
It's a great question, and I think they've already taken the first few steps to do so. I think the first thing that they did was launch me as an ambassador in multiple assets. The first is I am now a destination ambassador for Dominica, but I'm also an international sports ambassador. So one, I get to be kind of the face of, come visit Dominica, look at our people, look at our land, eat our food, chase our waterfalls. But on the flip side of it, I'm also able to be in the foreground for just speaking about sports in general. And what I really am trying to do, and all that I've tried to do within my career, is ensure that Dominica is placed in the best light possible, and to ensure that you know our name. So much of it is just getting the notability, because we are not Dominican Republic. Right? And ensuring that we are occupying those spaces is very important to me. So I think that they're starting very well with the ambassadorship and putting me kind of in front of the TVs, on the radios, and still to this day, I'm still competing. So every time we step out there, I'm using the opportunity to speak about us. You know, if I could always have a flag waving behind me, I would. But that's where we are right now. And I also have openly stated that I'm very eager to partner with anything, whether it be on the government environmental side, whether it is the sports political side, anything that I can help with to help promote, I am available.
Now, I don't have all the questions, so I want to give you the opportunity to ask one or two questions. Now, I'm not going to be very liberal in time, so if you need it, grab it. Who wants to be the first? Thank you, Freddie.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. How do we, in fact, now use this opportunity, not just for Dominica, not just for sport, but do you think there's a possibility then that sport can become the locus of a whole ecosystem of development? We sport in the middle, and economic development, health, education, tourism, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that is the sort of way that we ought to go?
I think it is worth the investment, yes. The way I look at it is that when you invest, especially in the elite level of sport, you end up having to help support the multiple factors that come with it. One of them being, like you said, wellness. You know, I can start with myself as an example, because no man or woman is an island, and I have a full team behind me. Yes, I do an individual sport, but I have a sports psychologist. You can branch it into wellness there. I have a physical therapist that takes care of my body. That's also wellness. I have a very strong social media presence, which does wonders for development, tourism, drawing people in. I think that sports can be a major focus. We've seen it before, whether it be golf tournaments to have people come in from all around the world and play. We can host, but we can also develop. And I think that not investing in sports is a major opportunity that is falling through our hands. And so the answer to your question is yes. I definitely think it is worth it.
Thank you. And those of us on YouTube and Facebook, you have an opportunity too. I'm standing by just in case anything comes through. But we'll take another question from the floor, from the audience in person. Yes? Thank you very much, Mr. Denrick Liebert from the Bank of Nevis, for your question. Derek? Oh, I thought I saw your hand was going up. Go ahead.
Good morning. Yes, I am really excited to see you sitting there, because I have a question that I need to ask you. For women in sports in particular, what should we be doing to keep our teenage girls interested in participating in sports? Because we tend to lose them after age 12, 13. And so you started at 13. So maybe you can give some advice so that we could see what we can do to keep them there.
It's a very good question. I believe we underestimate the power of our words, especially to our young women. Very often, we are fed the narrative that we can't do it all, or that if we go down the avenue of athletics or sports, that it's almost too masculine of a path. And I always tell, especially my young women, that if there is ever someone, especially a male counterpart, telling you that you are getting too masculine, it often means that they don't feel masculine when they stand next to you, and that is their problem, not yours. But there really is truth. I truly implore you to speak life and motivate our young women, especially our young sportswomen, because like you said, after the age of 12, around the world, the interest in athletics or sports for women, young girls, decreases drastically. And it is really because so much of it is our society telling them that they should not be doing that. And I think that a major part of it is to change that narrative within our societies. And it starts in the very intimate moments of our home, you know, around your aunts, your uncles, your mom, and your dad. Be careful what you say. Those little comments about their bodies or you getting too hard or all this stuff, they become drops in a bucket. And after a while, the bucket becomes heavy. So I think we have to be careful how we speak to our young women. And instead of criticizing, we encourage. So please do so.
Now, the final question I have for you is this, on this day's need for a follow-up. Let me see what the best way I could ask it.
Okay.
Were you an accidental track and field star?
Was an accidental track and field star? I guess the answer is yes. For many of those who are not familiar with my story, I began as a dancer, ballet, tap, jazz, very classically trained. I think that helped a lot because I spent over 15 hours a week in front of a mirror with a very small Russian instructor telling me that she liked it a certain way, and if she didn't like what I did, I started from the top over and over again. So discipline was there. But it got expensive, according to my mother, so I had to find something that was free, and athletics, sport in my school was free. So I started with volleyball, season was over, and then all my friends started joining the track team. And that's how I started. There is no beautiful story, it is 100% peer pressure. And I always say, be careful the friends you pick, because look at where my friends brought me. So we're grateful for that. And I would always also like to say, when we talk about, right back to the previous question about women in sports, please give these young women an example. And it doesn't have to be me. It does not have to be me. But allow them to see other successful sportswomen flourishing in their field. And that way, they don't necessarily feel like they're the outlier. Very often, it's hard to continue on a journey when you feel like you're the only one. But seeing someone be where you want to be can very often shine a light in the right direction. So,
well, for something that just came in, and you spoke, you touched on it earlier on, but just perhaps to take another stab at it, so to speak. Your achievement came, and I dare say, having a background in sport, it didn't come from a careful architectural plan in terms of athletics in Dominica, and boom, this is the result. It happened. And everything in your life leading up to it contributed, even in ways that perhaps we didn't understand.
yeah.
So that could have been accidental. To make it not accidental for other athletes in the future, how can Dominica, you feel, try to attract more investment for its overall development, but also for sport generally? And you mentioned cricket, you mentioned basketball, etc., other sports. So it's good that your focus is not primarily on track and field, and that's good. So how can you think Dominica, the government, the people, can use your success to attract investment generally, but also for the promotion and development of sport?
At this point, it is very much so build it and they will come. So I think that one of the greatest ways to foster sports investment and development is first by being able to host, is bringing people in, because what that does is, one, naturally bring sports tourism to your island, but two, it also brings in that extra revenue, right? Which you can then use to roll over and keep developing the sport. And I think that's what it has to be. It starts with that initial ground roots investment that can then grow and snowball into something bigger. And we have to remember that I think one of the secrets of tourism is creating an experience for both the tourist and the local vendors alike. And I think the best part about sports is that it's something that people can travel to and experience, but it's also very accessible to the locals. And you want people on island to care about sports so that they also bring their next generation, their children, to the sport. But then by being able to host and bring outside populations in, you're then covering the international ground. So we have to foster it in-house and then also outside too.
And I guess you've seen some of that since you've had your stadium for cricket.
Absolutely.
Where it has attracted.
Absolutely.
There's another question from our viewers online. And this person begins by saying, proud of you, Thea Lafon. So, a fan. As someone who inspires a nation, how do you envision your role in shaping the next generation of Caribbean excellence, both on and off the field? And there's a second part. And what can institutions like the ECCB or governments do to support that vision?
Beautiful question. I think that currently what I'm trying to do is simply instill a few basic necessities to help the next generation of athletes in Dominica be successful. And it's little things. You know, I went to one of the events and saw so many of the children barefoot. I'm like, I can fix that, provide them with some shoes. I'm currently working on building a field facility while we wait for our track, so a place where the throws and jumps can actually compete, and we're working to make it International World Athletics certified, which means that if they compete on it, they can qualify for other international competitions right there in Dominica. So we no longer have to leave to compete to get a qualification for World Championships, maybe a Carifta, or even the Olympics. If you jump it there and the wind is legal, you're good. That's amazing. And for the others, I would say to please, please, please start instilling a program that allows them to connect with the already established sports people in your country. I think there's a gap between the amateur level and the professional level, and it seems almost like a distant dream, when in truth, it really is a tangible reality, as long as you kind of allow a space for that mentorship. It's been a privilege of mine to be able to actually talk to and mentor some of our young sports people, and I think that for them, being able to even say hold a gold medal makes it a little bit more realistic and very less super aspirational gold up on a shelf that I will never achieve. It's no longer something they can just only see on TV and on their phones. It's right there in front of them in their lap. And I think creating opportunities where our young people can see that, whether it's Kim Collins, whether it's Shelly Ann, whether it's Julian Alfred, for them to be able to partake in that, for them to be able to meet their heroes is very important to motivating and continuing their path.
I agree with you, because it is, 22 years now since Kim Collins won that World Championship, and people still talk about him, including athletes.
I grew up hearing about it. You know, these are legends in the Caribbean, but I think they need to be more accessible to the next generation of athletes. I don't want to be just a story, I want to be a presence. And that's what I think we need to focus on.
Hi, Kim, I did promise you I'll get you that one. I'm just kidding. There's another interesting question that has come from online. How do we overcome the notion that is rife in the Caribbean, that sports is not a real job, not a real career, despite all the success we are seeing among Caribbean athletes? Now, if people are still thinking that way, It's unfortunate. There are good reasons I say that.
Yeah.
How do you respond to people who think, oh, a child going to the parents and saying, I want a career in sport? Many parents just say, you better go look a real job. How do you respond to that?
I say that you nurture it without killing it. Please do not shut this child's ambition or dreams down. If you do not know how to go, and a lot of our parents, you know, including my own, when I started doing well in the sport, my parents didn't know what to do. My parents are very much so intellectuals, Dr. and Dr. Lafont, agricultural, educational, and then here I am, a sportswoman. They had background in sports, but they did it as a youth. And I would say, especially if you're on island, talk to those in your athletic associations, your Olympic committees. Talk to them about how you can integrate sports into your child's life, even at a tender age. And I would like to push that. I believe in intersectionality and a well-rounded young person, meaning that just because you are pushing sports does not mean you should be faltering on education. I grew up in a household where I had to have a very good GPA, and I was also asked, okay, well, you finished third, how do we make you first? You know? Same energy in both fields. And I want to encourage you to do the same for your young people. Do not shut them down. Do not kill the dream. Instead, foster the interest. Because not every child is going to end up being a professional athlete. Not every child is going to end up being an Olympian. And I think only 0.01% even walk away with a medal. But by encouraging the interest in sport, like I said, you might lead to a career path that the child didn't even know was an option. Maybe they might not go pro, but maybe they become very good videographers. Maybe they become very good at sports marketing. Maybe they become the people that end up being in the forefront of sports tourism for our country. So I say, instead of thinking of it as an all or nothing mentality, think of it as just a piece, a ladder, a stepping stone in your child's story. So it is worth the investment, the same way education is too. And it's great for their health. Let them run, they'll sleep better at night.
Sure. As we wrap up, there are some athletes from St. Kitts and Nevis here. And as you know, they're preparing for next week's Caribbean Games in Trinidad and Tobago.
Good luck.
And there are others who would be viewing. What inspirational message can you send to our athletes that could inspire them, encourage them? And I have a little bias here because my president for the SKN Athletics is here, and I'm a former president of SKN Athletics.
Nice.
So I have a little bias, so let me disclose that. So they'll be competing against Dominican athletes, but inspire my athletes.
Okay.
Tell me how they could win.
How they can win.
Speak to them.
I always say that practice makes permanent, it does not make perfect. And I think the secret behind it is your intention. If you're going out every day and you're just showing up at practice, congratulations, you're doing the bare minimum. When you go out there, whether it is to compete or practice, my request for you is to do your best. Whether you are tired, whether you are happy, whether you are sad, your job as young people, especially young people in the sport, is to give your all. If you're going out there and you're joking around and not taking it seriously, all you're doing is just building a bad habit. And a bad habit becomes who you are. So please remember, practice makes permanent, not perfect. Practice what you want to see. And if you ever have any questions, concerns, you want to do more, reach out. So many of our young people don't take advantage of the resources accessible to them, and I encourage you to do so. But other than that, best of luck. I'll be cheering on Team Dominica, but now I'll be cheering on, hey, easy, 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 let me finish. Jesus, tough crowd, wow. But I will also be cheering on Team St. Kitts and Nevis, okay?
Yeah.
And very formally, informally, I always tell, especially my athletes from the Caribbean, if you would like to talk to me, I am accessible. I am also a young person, I'm always on my phone. Feel free to DM me. The amount of athletes from the Caribbean I've already spoken to, simply just texting them right there on my phone for any mentorships, any questions, navigating colleges, whether in the Caribbean or international. I always available, especially to our young people in the Caribbean, as a resource. So please don't hesitate to reach out, okay?
So,
Thank you.
So President Delwayne, make sure you bring back goals. All right. Well, I want to thank you very much, our esteemed gold medalist, Paris,
Thank you.
just the other day.
Just the other day.
Still fresh. And continue to enjoy the success that you've had. And you're correct. It's going to last forever. We still talk about all of those Hazel Crawford and all of those great athletes from the Caribbean from many years and decades ago. And it's going to be one of those marks on the successes of Caribbean life and achievements. So please, let's give some warmth to Claire.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay. Make her feel good.
Thank you. Sorry.
Make her feel good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Stay alive.
And very quickly, I would be missed if I did not also congratulate Grenada from this past Olympics for Lyndon Victor and Anderson Peters, to St. Lucia for Julian Alfred. It was the OCS's night to shine, and I was very proud, so thank you. Thank you so much.
And ladies and gentlemen, Caribbean brothers and sisters, truly, you have just done something that we ought to do every time. This is how we ought to show love, appreciation, and respect to our Caribbean champions and heroes in all fields. You must make them feel that they're the greatness that they are by showing our love, appreciation, and acknowledgement. It means a lot to our people, not only in track and field, not only in sport, but every endeavor. Saying thank you, congratulations, goes a long way. So give yourself a round of applause. Now we're going to move into another section of today's presentation, but just let me do a reminder. For all those Zoom attendees, you're asked to note that the draw for the early bird registration prize of a gift certificate valued 500 EC dollars will take place during the course of today's dialogue. To claim the prize, the registrant must be present when the draw is taking place. So, speaking to those online, when your name is drawn, you are expected to be present, unmute your mic, and say, I am here, and I am present within 12 seconds. That's the allotted time. If you don't do that, we're going to move on to someone else. So that's a note for those joining us via the social media platforms. Now we're going to move into our next presentation for today, and we're going to transform our discussions.
Good morning. Welcome back to another segment of this forum. Today we're going to continue from yesterday on data resilience. And why we're focusing on data resilience this morning, because in today's world, data is not just a new oil, it's really the lifeblood pulsating through every sector of the economy. According to studies right here in the ECCU, data-informed marketing significantly improves tourism, for example. And consider the vast marine potential. Globally, coastal and marine industries really contribute $2.5 trillion. And what do we have around us? Water. So that's a significant opportunity. We have ag tech, climate ag fintech, biotech, insurtech with parametric insurance, and even sports tech. Data fuels advancements and optimizes everything, powering our regenerative data. My name is Tali Valerie Onu, and I'm going to be leading the session on data resilience this morning. Leading us off, we're going to start with Emmanuel Oscar from Fortinet. He'll be showing us how to design data infrastructure as tough as our Caribbean spirits. Now, we know from our audience feedback, the challenges like budget constraints and finding skilled staff are real concerns. And the need to upgrade infrastructure is ever more apparent. So Emmanuel will be focusing on solutions that fit our reality, our island geography, our resource considerations, and all. You know, in the Caribbean, we're very accustomed to battening down when it's time for hurricane. So why don't we do it for our digital systems? So let's dive in before the hackers crash the party. Using real ECCB and OECS examples, this is about practical steps forward. Emmanuel, welcome. The floor is yours.
Let me set up real quick.
Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed the session yesterday. Being introduced, my name is Emmanuel Oscar. I'm from Fortinet, a cybersecurity company based in California, and I am the senior cybersecurity manager for the Caribbean. I've been with the company for about 15 years or so, doing different cybersecurity programs for different companies, designing and also ensuring that companies are very resilient in nature, but not just companies, but the private sector as well. So with that said, I say welcome and thank you, and it's a pleasure for me to be here representing Fortinet. And also, I'm a son of the soil, and great to be here with you. So start off, I would like to start by a disclaimer, because some things we may see may be proprietary information. So we want to make sure that it's addressed, and I can only share what's non-confidential. So I don't know if we left off from yesterday. You saw how easy it was to do some sort of social engineering, right? The gentleman that presented said, hey, can you scan this? And actually a lot of folks did scan, and that's what it takes. Conferences like this, when I know heads of corporations and government, or they're meeting, this is the perfect place to actually introduce some sort of malware. And as you can see, social engineering is very, very easy to do. Although he was someone we knew because we invited him, but guess what? He could have been an imposter. And from my side, I look at it even deeper because I take it from a nation, state versus state, not just cybersecurity, corporation, companies, because it's about the way we live and work. So what would have happened is that it could have been a ransomware.
I now own your network. The task is complete. Every server has been compromised and taken over by me. All data is under my control, and if you wish to resume operations and regain access to your servers, you must follow these instructions and transfer to my account the sum of $5 million in Bitcoins. Please be aware, only Bitcoins are accepted. You have 2 days.
And that's what could have happened by those just clicking on the QR code. And it's very easy to do. And social engineering is the number one outside of phishing that introduces ransomware into the environment. And every time you go to conferences like this, we're at hotels. Usually what I do, when the laptops come back, we wipe them out to make sure that they are clean and they do not introduce any type of malware within our ecosystem. Why cybersecurity? Because it's about the way we work, live, play, and learn. It changes everything. We've been going through this digital transformation for about a good, 20, 25 years now, and cybersecurity impact every single one of us. So imagine one day you wake up and you turn on the lights, there's no light, right? You turn on the water faucet, there's no water. And you say, wow, sweetheart, did I pay the bills, all right? Oh, honey, did you pay, or you're trying to find out what's happening, and you find out your water system, your water company, or your electrical plant has been compromised, right? And it's happened. It's happened everywhere globally, and it's not limited to first world, but also within the Caribbean. And so we have to do our due diligence, because it impacts our everyday, cybersecurity impacts our everyday lives. We have phones, laptops, and so on. We're forever connected with in cybersecurity. Right, so what happened is we're having these different, what's driving security, right? We're going through, of course, this digital evolution, right? We're seeing technology disruption, quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and also economic headwinds. And you say, wow, what does, it's a real off. Yes, but usually during times of uncertainty, as we saw during the opener from the governor, that when it's time of uncertainty, also the rise of ransomware also increases as well. And I'll give you a tip. If you're a student of history, we had COVID in, let's say ending of 2019, going up into 2020. That was the highest ramp up of ransomware that occurred. Why? Time of uncertainty, the threat actors are going to take advantage of this uncertainty and then try to make as much money as they can. And we do expect, and actually we're changing the forecast, again, because economic uncertainty, the world is changing, and we're back and forth trying to decide what to do. In trying to decide what to do, the threat actors are taking advantage of those opportunities. We look at environmental and social governance, very important. We live in the Caribbean. We have to make sure that how we implement technology ensures that we still have, let's say, a blue economy, right? To ensure that tourists are continuing to come in and visitors are coming in to keep that revenue generating part of our infrastructure moving along. So regulations, compliance, it's, we know we have to deal with them, whether it's data protection acts are coming from Europe or even locally, we still have to adhere to them. Another part that's key to me is the shortage of skill set, right? One of the things I decided to do when I joined the Caribbean team was to ensure that we gave back. So 25 of my engineers, all my engineers are within the Caribbean. And what that does is it avoids the brain drain, right? So you don't have to go to Canada, you don't have to go to US. I have the expertise. And by the way, my engineering team for 15 quarters have led the entire Latin America, including the US, right? Out of the Caribbean. Yeah. So when I came across that, and actually this was a presentation I was supposed to have done in the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union last year. Because when I heard about the big push, I said, wow, this is ideal. This is what it aligns with the vision that we at Fortinet have and the way we want to see cybersecurity implement to ensure that the objectives that are set by whether governments, entities, banking, or whoever, that we can align with those. And it's very important because each one of those will have a cybersecurity component to it because we're already going through a digital transformation. And how do we protect that? Because if you go through your digital transformation, there is something I'm going to share. You have to implement security up the forefront because if you implement security when you're done, you're going to end up paying 3-4 times as much as is. And this is why me as an individual feel compelled to be here to help to address that, because is the opening statement was about how do we control the cost, but there's a way to control it. And it's actually looking at the risks at the beginning, address it as you go along. And I put my nose in every one of the four pillars that you see here. And cybersecurity has to be a part of that, right? If you didn't invite me to the meeting, I'm going to come in. If you didn't invite me to the renewable energy, I'm going to come in. Although I don't have an energy background, but I understand security. I understand what happens to a power plant if it cannot function, right? Because that's the operation. And if business loses the operation, business is at a loss, right? And remember, cybersecurity is a business decision with real business outcomes, right? And we need to keep that in mind, right? So we look at the three different major businesses, right, or entities that we see, and I wanted to kind of relate how it matches up with cybersecurity. We look at banking, right? You know, the trends that are going through. You look at, let's say, a Bahamas with fine tech and so on. We have to be able to protect our brand. At the same time, bring in investment within that, ensuring that we have the infrastructure that can support those type of investment. You look at tourism. What's nice about tourism, there are multiple industries that support that. So imagine the supply chain attack that can happen. Imagine if I am a port master and I cannot receive a manifest, right? So what would happen? And imagine if I cannot berth several ships at a time. Well, you know, there's been attacks against that. And you look at transportation. So industries really impact multiple industries. And we have to do, again, our due diligence to understand the threats. It's not just about, well, it works, but how does it work? We need to understand that. And this is why I'm here. And also agriculture, how we're gonna do that. Yesterday, I heard about how we need to be, you know, to sustain, to be resilient. And you look at different techniques, leveraging artificial intelligence, data, trove of data, right? We can probably go to the UN, get tons, because they have a food section as well that understand food security and so on, right? So we can combine these things to see how well we can commit. Who says, hey, mangoes only need to grow a certain time of the year, right? Maybe it could grow year-round, maybe the techniques around that. But really, what I want, the message, is that cybersecurity impacts everything that we do, all right? So, and why? We going through this digital transformation, and we are creating trove of data, right? And it's being owned by the Zuckerbergs, you know, the AWS, right, the Google, right? So they invite us, hey, sign up for WhatsApp. We're happily to give them our data, right? And so now they can build there you go. Always a glitch, right? Always be prepared. That's why we have to be resilient. And so we're creating trove. So we have to take a different approach to the way we secure our environment. User devices. Last year, 32 billion different, what we call OT, IoT devices, which is like your Alexas, your cameras, were connected to the internet along with your phones, 32 billion. So this year alone, right? And we're creating about I'm gonna give you a number, right? But it's so long, I'm not an accountant. I have to say it's 21 zeros behind the number. It's called zettabyte. We're creating zettabytes of data, right? And it's like mind-blowing because of our phones and so on. And we're going through something called cyber physical, because business cannot function in the, you know, old ways. So you have to take mechanical devices, right? And then be able to add a cyber, connect them to a network or to the internet. And a lot of the telemetry, I heard about electrical cars, great. Majority of the telemetry is in the cloud, right? And speaking of the cloud, AWS, it's a shared responsibility. Think of it as an apartment building. And you are you have your neighbor's next door. It's not like your house in St. Kitts, St. Vincent, or St. Lucia, but your apartment in London or New York. So if your neighbor has a cold, you're going to get a cold. Imagine if the landlord, right? If the landlord is fixing the plumbing in the basement, it's going to impact you and the rest of the tenant. So the idea is, and I don't know if you heard it before, but when you move to the cloud, you don't lift and drop, right? Very important, because it's not the same. It's not the same. One, it's someone else's house. Two, you don't own the bottom, the basement. You cannot go there. Most likely the landlord has it locked. So you need to land into the cloud. And it's a very important concept. You shift left, then right. You lift. You don't lift and drop. You land into the cloud. Very, very important concept, because the cloud is just a code. Just a code. It's a line of code. And I can create 15 data centers the size of this room in the cloud in about 1 hour. All right? So we really have to understand how the supporting infrastructure all plays with each other. Now, so there's a cost, and we have to be able to communicate that cost, because why? It's going to help us understand, and especially the board. One of the biggest challenges I've seen in cybersecurity is that we are unable to communicate risk, right, to upper management. And really, we can quantify. Yeah, we say, well, it's a 6, it's medium and low. That's great. But what if we could assign a dollar value to it to help them understand that risk, to be able to make a decision based on that information, and to see, wow, it's a risk appetite I can deal with, right? Because at the end of the day, I would say, it's not up to me, it's not up to us, it's up to the board or whoever's in charge, the owner of the business, to be able to make that decision. So, an average cost of a breach, right? This is Verizon and many others have done that. It's about 4.35 million, right? And expect that, because that's what I've seen in the Caribbean. And I've seen it even larger than this, because there are a lot more than you see than just paying the ransom. Paying the ransom is one thing. Now you have to think about, because remember, you're dealing with an extortionist, right? I would never trust an extortionist that says, hey, it's okay, give me my 2 million in Bitcoin, and then I'll give you the data back. My father always say, never lend your car out, because you'll never get it back the same way, right? So don't trust the threat actors when they say they can actually do that. So let's take a look at the cost and actual cost of a ransomware. So it's the ransom itself, which could be between anywhere from 4 all the way up to 9. We don't, right? There's a labor cost involved in trying to remediate, get the business back to operation. And depending on how long it takes, we'll see, we'll determine also part of that cost. Legal expenses, brand reputation, and if we're in tourism, right now, if most hotels, right, are rated based on the Wi-Fi services that they provide, right? Very, very important to know that. And the cost of the downtime, and also collateral damage, and also there's also indirect damage that we may not even know or see about. It will only depend on the business. So the true cost, right? I don't know if you can see it, right, is not measurable. But one thing I can assure you, I can give you the formula that allow you to address that cause. Because remember about being resilient. It's about being able to take a hit and then continue to operate and function, and help you put in the controls in place that help you reduce this cost. So let's take a look at the region, Eastern Caribbean. This is for the first half of last year, 2024. Where's Angela? Barbados. I should say, where are my people from Barbados? All right. So these are attempted. So if you see, Barbados leads the way there, and that was just only the first half of 2024. I didn't get the second half yet, but you can see these are attempted, not actually exploited, right? But any one of them could have been could have been used as an exploit. We never know, right? But this is what we monitor, and then this is good. This, in part, knowing is half the battle, right? Knowing that the threat does exist and there is a cost to a breach makes it that much simpler. So this is a view, and it's overall within the regions, the 12 countries in the Eastern Caribbean. We have a total, 256 million threats of first half. 6 million of those are using exploited techniques, means that's social engineering, and if they were executed, right, would have probably lead to some sort of malware or ransomware and so on, right? And malware detection and botnet detection as well, right? So we continue. And why? What are they after? It's the data. And we heard it yesterday, the data is the new gold, right? That's what I'm going to use to train my AI. That's what I'm going to use to train to social engineer my way into your network. And it's what I'm going to use to extort you, right? It's what I'm going to hold you because you know how dear that data is. All right? And why do they do that? Because one, we don't classify data the way it should be. And we mix data, we don't know where it's at. And frankly, one of the biggest challenges I see is the classification of data and also understanding that there are many different vectors that data can leave a network. All right? So let's look at it in motion. Data does move, even though the way it is, because it gets transferred. We post it in ChatGPT. We copy and paste into O365, right? O365, that's someone else's house, someone else's apartment. It's not yours, right? So we need to figure a way to protect it when it's in motion, and usually some sort of encryption to allow it to securely traverse an unsecure pathway. Data in use, very important, even while it's in use. So you have someone, let's say you're at a bank, there are many controls that are in that you can see only certain pieces of information. You can de-identify different types of information. Why? So they don't take out their cameras and look at or pictures, screenshots of the different pieces to the data. And we also have to ensure that in memory, that the desktop they're using is protected as well, right? Because you don't want to get a capture of the memory and then dump it somewhere. And also at rest, even when it's not being used, still need protection. Many of the databases do provide that, and we have to make sure we evaluate the controls that are ensuring that it's encrypted and using the different technology. And it all has to be tested. That should all be part of your contingency plan to see how well these controls are working. So what do we do? So you have an AI-driven data structure. So what we do, cybersecurity, and because of the rate at which technology is changing and we're moving, you have to think of a different way to protect the infrastructure, to be able to protect your data wherever, whether at rest, users accessing it from wherever they can, and also ensuring that the correct user are accessing it. And one of the reasons back in 2019 you saw the ramp up of ransomware was we did these quick VPNs because we had to work from home. And the attackers knew about that because the rules is I can give you access on the network to access the data, right? But then no one ever thought about, wow, I should control access to the application as well. We forgot about that. So that means even if I did not have access to the application, the fact that I have access to the network, I can go freely where I want to, right? So we have to think about these things. So we created this platform, an AI-driven security platform, where we protect the entire network from the user all the way to the data. And it leverages artificial intelligence, which I will go into later on. So we've always been good at securing the network. Everyone knows what a firewall is, I hope, right? Everyone, the second you say, well, I have security, it's the firewall, right? It's the firewall. That's great. We've always been good at that, but it's the other pieces that we've always been lacking, right? So when we look at that, as I mentioned, let's go round, clockwise. We also have ecosystem. We're putting data into the cloud. We have to figure a way to monitor the cloud, because remember, again, cloud is a shared responsibility. Security is up to you. And cloud firewalls do not do the same functionality that your on-prem firewall can. And this is why you don't lift and drop. You land and you use, there's methods of use and controls to help you control that. And also remember, when you go into the cloud, the traffic that goes in, right, is okay, but they limit the traffic that goes out as well. So all those have to be taken into consideration. Again, don't want to scare anyone, but these are some of the things you have to think about as you make these decisions as we go through the digital transformation. Again, access to the data. We need to have a way of controlling access, whether it's what we call having multiple factors of authentication and so on. But we want to make sure that wherever the user, contractor, or employee is connecting from, that we are secure, the data is secure, no matter where the access is from. Also, lastly, part of resilience, we never think about this one, is the last piece here at the bottom, which is our security operation. This is where, imagine when a ransomware hits, what do? If you've been hit by ransomware, right, you're going to call an emergency, and you're going to call your security operations teams. You're going to help try to resolve. You bring in your incident, probably incident commander, and you triage it, your security manager, to help resolve. And it's going to be important because you want to be able to return the business back to operation as quick as possible. Because remember, let's go back to the data, right? I'm not the owner of the data, I'm a custodian of the data. I was hired to protect the data. The owner of the data needs to provide me the SLA that they're required to say, hey, since this application and data is critical to the business, how many hours can you go without needing this application before the business start losing money? And the owner of the business needs to provide me with that, not your IT tech, not your security manager or anything. The business, the owner of that application needs to provide me that. Then I, as a security manager, will say, all right, great. You want it in 2 hours? No problem. And I put something together, right? And I give them. Because if you say you want it in 2 hours, I'm going to give you a solution that's going to deliver or put the application back online within 2 hours. And that's our job as the custodian, right? And we have to identify who's the asset owner and so on. So really security operations. And what we do with an AI-driven security operation, we can take what took 256 days into less than an hour, right? Less than an hour. Because remember, we're human beings. We can only handle so much task at a time. And when you're hit with ransomware, and as fast as our networks are, it's impossible for me as an individual to be able to look at multiple screens. I will be, overwhelmed, right? So security operations plays a key role, and a key role part of protecting the data, because the bad guy, remember, he's in your network already. Then he sends you the message only after he's pulled the data out, right? He pulled the data, right? Now he has it. Then he encrypts your system and tells you encrypted, but has a copy of it, right? And also, by the way, if that ever happens, never get them upset, because they do come back and expose certain pieces of information on the internet. Right? So, looking at it, AI, its opportunity and challenges. So we at Fortinet. So I've been with the company 15 years, and for 15 years we've been doing artificial intelligence, but not what you would call Chat GPT, we've been doing what we call ANDs. ANDs are advanced neurons, so they're like human beings, just focus on cybersecurity, right? So now we have the Chat GPT. We're able to add that. Now we can do voice commands. It helps do configuration. It helps reduce misconfiguration. It helps address risk and so on, and many different things. So what happened is it helps business, it helps business transform, right? But also they weaponize AI as well. So we have to fight that. Not only we have to use AI in security, but we have to secure the AI as well, especially if we're going to, whatever models we're going to use. How do you know if you have an application developer that says, hey, can you develop me an application based on AI? Where did the developer get the large language model, right? So we need to look at these different aspects and so on. So moving forward, I have a formula. I'm not an economist, right? Okay. Yeah, real quick, I'm not an economist, but I like to show a formula. It's risk, the risk formula. If I have a vulnerability, I have a threat actor, vulnerability, a threat event, I have to look at my people, process, and technology. Then I look at what that event, is it malicious, accidental, or environmental? If it is so, what's the likelihood of it occurring on my network? And then boom, what is it? What gets violated? The CIA, whether it's confidentiality, integrity, availability. And then the impact. The impact is with a $sign, right? And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we want to be able to support you in your endeavor, right? In meeting any of your goals through the Eastern Caribbean Initiative, through Big Push. And again, it was been a pleasure, and thank you very much.
Wow. You've heard terms. Data is the new oil. We definitely don't want any spills during Music Festival or St. Lucia Jazz and Art Festival. He also mentioned gold, data being gold. So thank you, Manuel, for laying that blueprint for resilience. We'll hold questions for now because we have a combined Q&A panel coming up shortly. So one thing you want to take away from that presentation is protecting data, ensuring its resilience is not just an IT thing. It's fundamental to our growth, innovation, and future prosperity. So if it's compromised, it could cause chaos, your bottom line. So cybersecurity is a business decision because it affects your bottom line. Even if you don't see it, still allocate a budget for it. So now we looked at data infrastructure. We're now going to look at data itself and how we can make it work for us. We've talked about how to design resilient design. We're now going to talk about value. We're talking about the gold. Data is only truly valuable, just like oil. People, all these oil countries have been there for a long time, not really valuable unless they have refineries. So in the same way, you can have data, and you know the Caribbean, we have a lot of data, but we can't access it. So you can only unlock it if you can refine it and use it effectively, right? So our next presenters, we're going to have two. The first one is Dr. Curtis Charles from UE 5 Islands, and then after him, we have Dr. David Farrell from CIMH. They're here to show us how to use scatter data. We can turn scatter data, which is all in different places and different silos, into what we call interoperable gold mines for the Caribbean. So Dr. Curtis Charles, Director of Academic Affairs of UE 5 Islands, will address bridging the gaps between diverse data sources, including academic research, and how we can cultivate the regional expertise needed to mine the gold. So let's dive in. Curtis David, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Trajectories, some of the critical risks that we've talked about, some of the critical risks are like tourism, too much dependence on tourism, economic dependencies on high reliance on tourism, 60% plus GDP, policy and innovation, University of West Indies, academic programs, AI, fintech, non-communicable disease, Center of Blue Economy and Oceanography. These are the things that is going to allow them to move forward, right? And then highlights, and what are some of the final takeaway? And we just, in the first question is, what's the need next? Diversify beyond tourism. Get into the tech industry, fintech, green, health, digital. These are the industries that you have to develop to be sustainable and to be resilient from the shocks that you're going to see in a little bit. The question as we go through this is that do governments have the stomach or the propensity to make the changes that we know you need to make? Because most governments are every 4 years, right, or every 5 years as you change. So do you have the propensity to do that? Let's leave it at propensity. So when I looked at it, it says, well, okay, well, what else do you want me to do? So what I did is that in order for this to be efficient, I'll show you what some of the outcomes would be. So everything that's discussed in Antigua and Barbuda is from the perspective of future-ready population. So this is what some of the things in the data sets are. These are what are some of the variables in the data sets that we're looking at. We're looking at employment registration, and the thing about this is that this is just a start. We need to get other data sets from other places within the region to basically support this. But we know that right now, Antigua and Barbuda could have some idea of whether they could make this or not. So these are some of the variables that we look at. And then we ask the second question, what dependencies have repeatedly exposed the economy to external forces? And these are some of the variables. And when we started analyzing some of the volatility, we basically said, okay, well, if we could do that, the employer and employee industry change data reveals strong year-to-year volatility, especially in a few sectors. So we want to know, well, what are those sectors, right? So the whole thing about this is that you are having a conversation with the data. And as a data scientist, we call this data interrogation. We are just asking the data. And if you're a researcher by trade, that's what we do as a researcher. We have a research question, and then we just bombard the research question with questions in order to get more questions answered. So what are some of the key dependencies? So some of the key dependencies are tourism and hospitality, accommodation, and food. So then we look at the third question, and we ask ourselves, okay, based on this, are we building an economy that will stand the test of the next few decades? Well, based on past cycles, trends, we kind of think it is, but some of the key areas we need to analyze is more self-employment trends, age dependency, etc. And it will now, so then we went ahead and explore, well, what is self-employment and what are the correlations between these data sets? So that's what the algorithm is running in the background there. And it says self-employment, some of the observations are low but growing participation. Self-employment numbers are modest across all sectors, but there are slight upward trends, particularly post-2020. So we want to know what's that post-2020 trends. And then we asked, from there we say, okay, well, if we look at this data, here are some of the things that reveal whether Antigua and Barbuda is evolving in repeating economic cycles. So we look at the number of percent population that's participating in the job market. We look at number of companies that's registered. And then we look at the final verdict and we say, okay, is Antigua and Barbuda building an economy that will stand the test? And it says partially. Partially, there's slow progress, but there are key areas that we could look at. The data shows more of a slow evolution than bold shifts. Really important point. more of a slow evolution than bold shifts. And if there's anything you would get from the word big, hairy, audacious goals, is not slow. If there's anything that you would get from the big push from the governor, it's not slow. It's big, bold push we have to make as a country. Then are we measuring success? So we're looking at metrics here. Are we measuring success in a way that includes resilience? Because we want to have resilient economies beyond the GDP. And let's scroll down to the observation. So we went through the analysis, and the observation is, bottom line, right now Antigua and Barbuda is moving beyond GDP in some areas into labor formulation, demographics, etc. But it's not yet holistically measured, right? So it's sort of like titivane a little bit. And then we say, well, I didn't want to plug that, but then we say, okay, what are some of the metrics we need to look at? So you see that it goes through some of the graphs and observation. We don't have time for that. But I wanted to get to the next question, which is, what course correction must be made now to avoid repeating tomorrow's version of today's problem? Diversify beyond tourism. And I think one of the things you would see in this presentation is that there's a constant message that we have to diversify beyond tourism. I think one of the things that COVID showed us is that we just can't depend on tourism completely. So we have to, that's why it says diversify beyond tourism, and as my colleagues in Antigua would say, with alacrity. I never knew that word before. But with urgency. And with urgency, there needs to happen. So basically, strengthen and formalize self-employment, right? Reverse the decline of IAP participation, leverage demographic opportunity windows, adapt new metrics for success. And then we wanted to know what industries need to be developed in order to achieve resilience and this 2030 goal, renewable energy and clean tech. Agri-tech and climate resilience farming. Digital service and remote work industries, number 3. Healthcare and wellness economy, which our colleague talked about this morning. Creative and cultural industries. Logistics, transportation, and marine services. Education and research, and it talks about the education and research. What does an education and research do with a university? It helps you build a pipeline of future workforce-ready citizens. So summary, to build a resilient economy, Antigua and Barbuda needs to think global, they need to be bold, build local, and they need to diversify their smart economy. And then what is the impact of the Trump 10%? Thank you. The impact of the Trump 10% is that when we look at the bottom line is that, yes, it's going to be impactful, but there are ways in which we could diversify it. So as I mentioned earlier, the way we could diversify is by looking at how we could partner with other different entities. So these are some of the questions I asked the algorithms, and the algorithms then spill out answers based on the data that we put into it. So we have the saying in data science, in God we trust, everything else bring data. We had to bring the data, because whatever data comes in, that's the data that goes out. So for us, when we look at Antigua and Barbuda, and these are some graphs in which we're looking at the causal relationship and what external forces need to happen in order for this to take place. So these are some of the analysis in some of the external forces. They look at the external forces, the role of what is support and impact on the systems. So this is a series of analysis that we go through, and at the bottom it tells us exactly what Antigua and Barbuda needs to do in order to meet this goal by 2025. And if we have questions, if we have time, we'll come back to some more questions and answers. So thank you.
Oh, good. I have nothing important to, oh, there you go. Okay, so my name is David Farrell, and I run the Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology. And so, theoretically, I train your Met services, etc. I'll just say about 2 sentences about myself. Yes, I have a PhD. I have a PhD in hydrogeology, and I have an undergraduate degree in geophysics. But I don't really practice much of that unless somebody asks me to do that. I really focus more on systems integration. So after I left university, I worked in a program in the United States. I spent $50 billion on the program and then abandoned it. But part of my job in that program was about systems integration, environmental systems, engineering systems, integrating to form a solution. Since I've been back, this has been the focus of what I've been trying to do, is really about a complex system of systems integration to solve problems at the regional level and see where we fit in at the global level. And I'll go through some of that. So I'll just start by pointing out that we talk about the Trump administration and so on. But there are opportunities. It's how you really view the opportunities and within that arrangement. So I took a look at St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a starting point. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines only exports $6 million US to the United States and receives in return, buys in return over $200 million in goods and services. So 10% isn't a big deal if you're looking at that direct transfer. It becomes a big deal when you start to look at where products are bought, how products end up in St. Vincent. And that's where the cost starts to come in. The other part of the problem is we're talking about climate and this whole idea of climate impacts and climate mitigation. Now, if I were to, and data. So let's start with data. How many people wear a smartwatch? Good. When you go to the doctor, how many people take the smartwatch to the doctor and hand it over to the doctor and says, here's all of my information for the last 3 months, 6 months, whatever? How many? So the point is that we're data rich, but we never use the data. So if you're not even using the data to look at our personal health, then the problem is how do we integrate that data within a system so that my doctor is constantly monitoring what I do and my health. And that's where I'm going to go with this presentation. So we want to really look at two things here: early warning systems and resilience and adaptation. And that's really where I'm going with all of this. We lose a lot every year, but can we make sure we don't lose as much? And for me, part of this is a data integration problem, and I'll go through that. So this is what CIMH does. So remember I said CIMH is into this training thing for meteorologists. That was deceptive. We actually do a lot of stuff. And so a number of these programs that you see here, about 5 of them I actually built within the last 20 years, or 6 of them or something, really, and then transform the others to become more focused on really what the needs are from an integration point of view. So we can talk about marine, and I think the moderator mentioned marine. So we became a marine center a couple of years ago. We talk about climate. So we're a regional climate center. We're not the 5 Cs. We are looking at operational climate services, and I'll show examples of what we're trying to do. And we got this computational center as well. So we've got about coming close to 2,500 cores and about 1,500 terabytes of storage at CIMH. So I can do a lot of stuff at CIMH. But this is the problem to me. This is how we work. So we have a number of circles or ellipses wherever you are, and this defines how we work. So you either work in climate, you work in hydrometeorological, you work in marine, and you work in geological systems. All of them are important. All of them occur in this region. But we hardly ever integrate information across these different groups. Yes, we do. But are we tightly integrated? Answer is no. Because we're not trained to be tightly integrated. We are trained, remember I said, I have an undergraduate degree in geophysics and I have a PhD and master's in hydrogeology, but don't ask me about them because I'll do them if I'm asked. But I focus a lot more on systems integration over the years. This isn't the systems integration that we want. We want data to move fluidly across different science areas of science and engineering. We want something that looks more like this. This is tight integration. It means that my data, my services move seamlessly across engineering, it moves across geological systems, climate systems, and so on. After all, when you get a big rainstorm, what happens? It doesn't just become a lot of rain. It cascades into a flood or it cascades into a landslide. Whichever it is based on antecedent conditions and so on. And so you need to understand how this works, because you're not going to get the same output every time. And this becomes really important. So I listened a lot over the last day and a bit to everybody who was presenting. And people presented on tourism, which was great, because we integrate tourism into our strategy. So we talk about UESAC's early warning systems across climate timescales, and we integrate that. We integrate agriculture, so we have a relationship with CARDI. CARFA, we have a relationship with. The water sector, we have a relationship with. Disaster management, we have a relationship with. We have a relationship with everyone, and it's based on this whole idea that systems cascade, and there are people who are dependent on each one of these, in each one of these sectors for climate information. So how do we do tourism? So when we started tourism about five, six years ago, the question, and we have a relationship with CTO and CHTA, so public-private. And so if I ask you to build a climate service for tourism, you would probably look internally. You'd look within the Caribbean region, right? Somebody say yes. You'd look in the Caribbean region. Okay, so we changed that strategy. We don't need to look within the Caribbean region. I need to understand what the climate is outside of the Caribbean region, because that targets my advertising. In the dead of winter, what happens in the dead of winter in Nordic countries, in parts of Canada, and so on? People become suicidal. People become depressed. People need to travel. Lack of sunlight creates a problem for some people. So you advertise in the dead of winter, especially if you know that it is going to be a brutal winter. You advertise, because you know that people are going to want to travel. Now, the Trump administration has created a really good opportunity here, because my understanding is if you go through Miami airport right now, you don't really see a lot of people. People in Canada aren't traveling to the United States anymore. I think my understanding is tourism is down by about 50%. The Canadians are refusing to travel to the United States over this mess. European countries are warning citizens about traveling to the United States. So what happens? Well, I hope it continues till December, because that's a good opportunity. So you got to look at these problems as opportunities. So CIMH builds a lot of products. And there were questions here about internships. So I put some examples of products up here that we build. So there's marine products. There's actually a VR demonstration at the bottom left, down here. These are all built by young people who, the people that I bring into the internship program are usually bright, but they have one thing that they say to me that attracts my attention. I don't know what I want to do. That's the best person, because the person is open to learning. I don't know what I want to do, but I know I don't want to do that. And these are the best people to work with, because they're curious and they know what they don't want to do, but they don't know what they want to do, and that's opportunity. And so when we talk about some of these marine programs and visualization programs, this one on in the middle here, that's La Soufrière. There isn't another model in existence that does this. This is ash and gas transport, but it's not just ash and gas transport. It's a continuous eruption model that an intern built. She was probably about 22, 23 when she built this. She didn't quite know what she wanted to do, and she was a chemist, but I got her to build this. And so now we can talk about continuous eruptions. We look at 3 eruptions across the region. Now, this is important data because I can put this ash in the ocean system, and I can talk about what happens in the ocean system when I have volcanic eruptions. I can talk about sargassum, I can talk about a number of things in terms of nutrient enrichment. So that's important. But this is about economies. What do you notice here is that every month there's a potential climate impact, and not one source. There are multiple sources of climate impacts. So you're not going to get impacted by simply excessive heat. You may also get hit by sargassum bleaching. You may also get hit by coral reef bleaching. And as you go up here for this month, these are all the risks that you stand to be exposed to. And it's how you integrate this information within your economic systems. And so I've asked the Minister of Finance in Barbados that I need to have a talk. I need to understand how budgets are built. Because budgets have to be built in a certain way that accounts for these climate risks and climate shocks. And how do you mitigate these? Now, I also took a look at economic data, and I took it from the ECCB. And I'll explain. It's kind of interesting when you give a talk and your phone starts to ring. It's kind of bring the milk home. Before I get to that, these are all the climate services, or sample of climate services that we produce. Bulletins, information products, etc. Every month, every 3 months, every 6 months. So this is information using your data and so on. So this is some of the data from ECCB. And I'm going to ask a question here. What does anyone notice about this data? Apart from this, a whole bunch of numbers. Somebody's ringing a bell and said 2 minutes, geez. This is annual data. Climate is operating subannual. But we can look through the data and identify challenges, not challenges, but where the economies have been impacted by certain things. So we can talk about the drought of 2009, 2010, and we can see the impacts on agriculture. And as we go further down, we can see the impacts on GDP. But this is coarse data. And so it takes a while to find finer data. And so we now are at quarterly data. This now makes a bit more sense for me, because now I can see what is happening in each quarter. And we can start to build predictive models now based on what we're seeing by quarter. We can start to build predictive models that if I know in the next 6 months that it's going to be dry, or the next 3 months it's going to be dry, we can start building predictive models for economies. And we can start to build these with AI systems or AI platforms or whatever. Now, this one, and I had promised Governor Antoine that I would show this. This is Beryl. There was a lot of hullabaloo in the region about Beryl and marine impacts. So how many people believe storm surge wiped out coastal economies? Let's put your hand up. Prime ministers believe it. So you thought too. It had nothing to do with storm surge. So if you bought the CRIF product on storm surge, I'm certain you got a message that you will not get a payout. Right, Governor Antoine? You weren't getting a payout because it was this thing that caused the significant impacts. Waves. Waves, significant waves and storm surge are two different things. This is storm surge, that's waves. They were separated by about 6 hours. So in Barbados, the impacts occurred around 8, 9 o'clock in the morning. This is about 2 o'clock in the morning when the surge went by. And so we have this challenge of trying to understand systems. But let's assume we understand systems and we understand integration of systems. This is the west coast of Barbados over here. The west coast of Barbados and the south coast of Barbados were heavily impacted. And this is not post-event modeling. This is pre-event modeling. So we kind of knew what was going to happen, at least for the people that we talked to, which is SEDIMA, CDPG. CDPG is the Development Partners Group. What we don't have is access to data on coast, because we could predict what the losses were going to be in the coastal areas had we had information on coast and populations in the coastal areas. And so we could start talking about loss, forecast-based financing, impacts-based forecasting. And I'm going to be finished in a minute, probably. The other part of this is, this is Jamaica and this is Beryl. These are winds now. This is a wind field. So what do you notice? We don't have disaggregated population information for Jamaica to see how many people actually were going to be impacted, or do we have economic data for Jamaica to see what the impact to the economy would be. So the population numbers you see there are by parish. So these are gross numbers. But if we could disaggregate this by community or enumeration district, then we can do a much better job talking about this. And again, you can push this information into AI platforms, machine learning platforms, and be able to do these predictions quite quickly. I know I'm up, but this again becomes important. Do people understand the role of the Panama Canal in the region? So if you understand, just put your hand up. Good. What is it then that we need to do? So we need to build a forecast model for the Panama Canal. And this is one of the things that came out of the Panama Canal episode now. We don't actually have a forecast model for how the Panama Canal will perform. And so it's one of the things that we need to look at rainfall in the Panama Canal and the performance on shipping, because this allows us to do two things. So most of you understand the Panama Canal, but what happened during the Panama Canal? Problem. So if you wanted to pivot, where were you going to pivot to? Where are your goods and services coming from that come through the Panama Canal that would allow you to pivot? And this becomes an important point of how you use AI and machine learning tools. If you attempted to pivot to Asia, what happened in Asia? The port of Singapore had a problem, right when the Panama Canal had a problem. So if you pivot to Asia, you had a problem if you were coming through the port of Singapore. And so you have to really now start to have a really interesting conversation with your AI platforms, which is what I started having. A company in Barbados, a company in the Caribbean lost a whole bunch of money the other day. Millions of dollars. Playing markets. I'm not going to tell you what they were doing, but they were playing markets. To play markets, you need to understand how the market is actually working. Correct? So, good. 2009, 2010, what happened to the price of wheat? It increased. It almost tripled overnight because there was a drought in Russia. The Russians were exporting, and then one night, the Russians said, we are not exporting wheat anymore because the drought had really kicked in. Which means if you had been tracking the climate information in your source area for wheat, you would have made a killing, because you would have played futures markets and bought a whole ton of wheat ahead of time. Right? The other part of that is if you were also playing around with futures markets in about 2012 or so. Australia. What happened in Australia? A massive drought. So the Australians had to do what? You had to sell cattle, and they were selling cattle really cheap. It had an impact on the price of beef. So the price of beef would have come down. But there's a flip side to this. What happens? If you sell off all your cattle, what do you got to do at the end of the day? You got to buy it back. So I will just finish here with these 2 slides. The way that we look at our economies is all wrong. Our economies are systems that have to be integrated. And at the moment, the integration is small. So if you want to run an AI on top of this, it's small because the integration is small, not because the data sets are small. But if you start to integrate now, you have a much larger data set on which to run your decision-making systems that allow you for proper integration. So I will stop here, and there are a whole bunch of AI questions at the end of this. Thanks.
Can you hear me now? Perfect. So we now have a powerhouse panel covering data infrastructure integration and cybersecurity, basically talking about data resilience. So before we kick things off, we've covered critical ground. First, Emmanuel touched on data infrastructure, and then Curtis and David talked about data integration. And then Tana, your insights yesterday are really insightful when it comes to cyber threats. These are fresh in our minds. So kicking things off, my first question to the panel is, how essential is the synergy between all these elements? Secure infrastructure, integrated data, robust cyber defense, important for the Caribbean's digitally resilient future. Where do you see the most critical interdependencies? Tanner, do you want to go first?
Thank you. I mean, my job is to protect people's data and people's infrastructure, and what I can say is I see time and time again at different organizations where certain cybersecurity defensive measures are being overlooked. And most companies believe, and most individuals often believe, that it won't happen to me. It's not going to be us, until it happens to them, and then they're not prepared. So one of the most important things is just preparedness. Having an action plan, making sure you have the personnel in place to deal with an incident when the time comes, and that will enable the business to continue operating if and when that time comes where a cyber incident is at your doorstep.
Thank you, Connor. Would you like
Yeah,
to
so
proceed?
with that said, from my perspective, it's about protecting people. And as I mentioned through one of my slides, cybersecurity is about the way we work, live, and play. Right? It's a function of us, and there's no going back because we've already started this digital transformation. So we have to take a different approach into what we think about cybersecurity. It's not just about ones, zeros, and computers. It's about us. It's our everyday living. It impacts us, our systems, our kids, our vulnerable society, our elderly, our kids, especially with cyberbullying, and taking, social engineering, taking advantage of, the elderly, and we have to think about those. And we've become so dependent on technology that in cybersecurity we have to think about it and I hate to say that in terms of a state versus state kind of actor, although there may be a state versus actor involved, but usually it's a individual or group of threat actors that are causing the harm. But nonetheless, we have to approach it as though life matters, because it will impact, again, the way we work, live, and play. And when something or whatever the entity is that impacts the way we work and live and play, well, you know what? That's an existential threat to society, and therefore I have to address it the way it is. And this is where we come in, or I come in, and not just look at it from a system perspective or even a data perspective, is bringing it how we protect people, right, and especially our vulnerable population.
Excellent. And on that point on vulnerable population.
Can I weigh in on this?
Yeah, sure, Dr. Charles. Go ahead.
About around 2008, former Assistant Secretary General of CARICOM, Eddie Green, was going to give a talk to the UN. And he was going to give a talk to the UN about security as it relates to the water systems. And myself and Garfield Barnwell, who some of you may know, got involved because we were asked to look at this. And we started to talk about state and non-state actors impacting the water sector. Now, I don't know how secure you think your water sector is, but I could tell you that in some countries that I've visited, you could walk up to your water systems and your intakes and so on, and you can do whatever you want. They're not secure. And so when you start talking about state and non-state actors, I could be upset, and I could go do whatever around an intake and so on. And so, but the point was is that Eddie Green got apparently a standing ovation for this, because most people weren't thinking about this, the state and non-state actor intervention. But this is critical these days when you talk about state and non-state actors, and it forced the Barbados government to really rethink the way they deal with the security around pumping stations and so on, and how you manage them, even down to, in some cases, critical features like drainage wells and so on. You have to pay a lot of attention to a lot of this stuff on state, non-state actors. There was a case or a couple of cases in the United States. In fact, the United States, I believe, rewrote a lot of the policy around critical infrastructure, in particular the water sector, as one of them, because people had used technology to reverse processes in some water treatment plants. And this caused a lot of problems in the United States from a risk perspective, and so they had to come back and address this matter of critical infrastructure and security.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. Dr. Farrell, would you like to weigh in? Oh, sorry, Dr. Farrell, Dr. Charles.
No,
You've been together for the last 2 days. So,
yeah,
I
think one of the first things I remember, the first time I talked about
cybersecurity in the Caribbean, I talk about critical infrastructure. I mean, all our critical infrastructure are exposed. In the US, critical infrastructure, things like your road system, your dam system, your nuclear system, and those things are protected, but they're also privatized. But in the Caribbean, if you think about it, our telecommunication system, our road system, all our critical infrastructure system are exposed to the adversary. There's no way that we have done much to protect our critical infrastructure. I think the other thing about it is when you think about cybersecurity and you think about the critical infrastructure, most of those systems were built decades ago. So we don't know whether there's any malware in the system that if it goes down and it comes back up, it basically brings the malware alive. So I think one of the aspects that we have to be very, very concerned about in the OECS region is how do we protect all of our critical infrastructure systems.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. So building on that, I would say, what do you see as being the single most critical obstacle in actually overcoming this synergy regionally and data resilience? Would you like to weigh on that, Dr. Farrell?
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll expose more myself. So I sit on the board of the Barbados Water Authority. And this is a question that we've been really looking at the Water Authority is how to build, and from the IT side, I'll talk mostly from the IT side, but the IT side and the distribution side and so on, there's becoming an increased coupling between how a water utility actually works. And so we move data now through SCADA systems in real time. We operate pumps and so on remotely. We do a whole bunch of stuff now in the water sector through technology and so on. And so the problem for us is now, how do you manage the risk associated with all these technology platforms? Because the technology platform, and as we get tighter coupling between these systems and you can build an AI now that can look at saltwater intrusion, rainfall in real time, how the distribution system is working, how it allocates water. And you wouldn't know that there's a water shortage in some places because the system will do the balancing for you. And then you have this other piece of the problem, which is customer information. And this is a real problem because now this is people's private information and billing systems and so on within the whole arrangement. And so one of the things that we're trying to do at the Water Authority is really upgrade all of the IT systems and really understand the full integration and how everything works properly to make sure that people are protected, the systems work as required. You don't have to wait 3 days or 4 days or 5 days for a leak to be fixed. We want to move almost to real-time operation. And this is now one of the big challenges that we have is how to upgrade the technology platform, but you still have constraints of budget that you got to work with. So how do you do all of this and still allow people to get water without increasing their water bill? Because increasing their water bill leads to water insecurity for a lot of people. Right. And so how do you do all of this, but still allow people to get water at a reasonable price?
Thank you so much, Dr. Farrell. And I mean, living in St. Kitts, water is also one of those critical issues. So it's clear that this has cross-cutting issues across different sectors, including critical infrastructure. Could you weigh in, Emmanuel, on what would you see the most significant obstacle?
Yeah, I think, based on experience, I think it's awareness, to bring awareness to the population at mass. Why? When we look at cyber, probably majority of the attendees here, we've heard the word cyber, but really don't understand what is cyber, right? We use the technology, we have the phones, we sign up to WhatsApp without even questioning why we WhatsApp. I mean, I bought a TV the other day, I had to leave it. Why? Because it's a smart TV, because the terms and conditions that it wanted me to approve and then give me an option to opt out And, well, why not give me an option? But you want the information, and I cannot use the TV because I cannot go forward, right? But that's a small part of it. And again, think about if you're an elderly person or something in that nature. But overall, it's awareness. We need to bring awareness to the community. And most importantly, when we see an accident, we can see the physical damage and associate with that. Wow, well, okay, maybe I won't drive so fast. I won't text and drive, right? But in cyber, the damage is kind of done on the back end. Yes, someone else paid the ransom, but they're real damage. And what you're seeing now, and from the graph I posted of the Eastern Caribbean, actually that was a drop in terms of exploit that was happening in the Eastern Caribbean. And what we're seeing is now more focused attacks on critical infrastructure, by the way, right? Because that's where it is. That is the operation of the country. Because guess what? If IT supports the business, operation is the business. And if operation is not running, the business is not functioning. And then you increase your loss in that. And this is where we need to bring that awareness and bring it in. That existential threat, whether it's non-state or state versus state, it does exist.
So I'll bring in Dr. Charles to answer, and then I'll go to our audience.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges of a discussion like this is none of these happen in isolation. It's all integrated. So to talk about cyber separate and data separate, and what's the perspective and the point of view, and who's going to be an economic power, all those things happen. So the master of ceremony said before our session, folks are asking what's the next step. The next step is that we need to weave this basket of these conversations so that we can understand what are the opportunities in between the intersections, and we need to basically figure out what are the resources that we need to move forward. I would hate that we would leave here and this was just another conference that we came to, rather than a work plan as to how we integrate sports, how we integrate IT, how we integrate the economy. Last night I was talking to the governor, and he mentioned, he used an analogy to me which was wild, because my grandmother was Grenadian, and my grandmother ran Susus all her life. She never worked from anywhere else. And he explained that the ECC bank is like a Susu. And if the OECS and the ECC bank is like a Susu, then we all have a hand here, right? Is whether your hand is today, my hand is tomorrow. But in a Susu, everything is weaved together. And everybody has an advantage of when their hand is going to be. So to me, I think, I come back to my point when I think about when I came to Antigua, my point was, how do we creolize these technologies so that we make it our own? And we could solve it for our own problems. Because when we talk about it without creolizing it, it's just something that we're talking about up there. We're talking about cybersecurity, we're talking about data, but it has no context in how our solution should be. And that would be my hope leaving this conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. So I'm hearing very clearly interoperability is needed, contextualizing the data. So I'm going to bring it to our audience. And we have been abandoning our online audience. So we have about 3 questions from the audience online, and then I'll bring it to the room. So first question, which is sort of in line, in your view, what is the most overlooked threat to data resilience today? Is it technical, operational, or organizational? Who want to go with that?
I can take
Emmanuel?
that. So you would have to start with when it comes to data and data security, you have to look at the entire spectrum, right? Again, data can be impacted in many ways. I've mentioned 3 of the ways, whether it's in use, motion, or at rest. So therefore, at any of the 3 layers that was mentioned here, I would put the organizational first, because it takes governance to understand that we have to get buy-in we need to protect our data. It's not just saying, we are securing our digital footprint, our digital assets, but ensure that whoever comes in has a strategic objective that aligns with that overall goal. Then I would say the third, organizational, then operational, because mistakes do happen, misconfiguration. After all, we're human, right? It happens, and we email by mistake, we click on links by mistake, and so on. And then lastly, technical misconfiguration of different systems, and also understand that the custodian of the data is going to be someone with a technical expertise, and how do you know that they are applying the right amount of control based on the sensitivity of the data, right? And that control now has to be tested to see how effective it is. And if it's effective, great, we move on. If it's not, you see what other compensating control that can be used to ensure that the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data is maintained. Yeah.
Great, thank you for that. So the next question, how common is it for organizations to pay ransom and still not regain access to their data? And what lessons can be drawn from such a case? Tanner, you want to take a stab at that?
Yeah, sure, I'll jump in on that one. I'm not the incident response team for Hitachi Cyber, but I do work closely with them. And a lot of the time when we jump into incidents where customers have been ransomed, ideally they're in a situation where they're not needing to pay the ransom, i.e. they've got their backups in place and they've got other mitigation strategies in place. But there have been a few times where customers have been forced to pay a ransom, and in most cases, I would say, they do get the data encrypted, because from the threat actor's point of view, it's bad for business, right? So, you know, if it starts getting into the public eye that, you know, organizations are paying, you know, millions and millions of dollars in Bitcoin payments to these threat actors, and they don't get the data back, well, that's going to enable the next business that they go to target to be like, well, those guys didn't get their data back, why am I going to pay you? And yeah, it's honor among thieves.
Yeah, honor among thieves. And also, let me add to that. The business ransomware, right, is a business in itself. Absolutely. Because you can have ransomware as a service where you do not need to know any type of IT or coding in that sense. You purchase it, you test it out. They'll say, hey, here's a sample, try it out. If it works on your target, great, and then you give. So no one really needs to know, you know, really understand how it works, and so on. And also, you have to be careful. So as a business, it expanded to over $1 billion in 2023 or so in terms of extortion. And what you have to be careful if you're dealing with an extortionist for whatever reason that is, and they are. How do you trust someone like that? Right, and this is where whether to pay or not to pay. And at times, what we've seen is these double, triple extortion, right, from the same groups, right, that launch these type of attacks, right? So how do you distinguish, and how do you know? And let's say if you pay, how do you know you're getting the data back the way without any back doors, right? So they can again re-extort you, because sometimes you find a victim and you continue to pick on that victim, right? So
absolutely, that's one of the concerns that we run into all the time with that that type of situation. Is it's difficult to verify the integrity of the data, especially when the data volumes are large. So, yeah.
Very well, gentlemen. So, audience in our auditorium, any questions? Do we have any questions? Yes, Sarah?
Thank you. Good day. Thank you for the discussion thus far. Total layperson when it comes to a lot of the tech stuff that we're
Mike? Mike?
Listen.
Speak again.
Is that better now? Yeah, okay, thank you. So I'm just coming in as somewhat of a layperson in the context of today's discussion, but I really like something that you just said, Dr. Charles, in terms of creolizing things. And we've spoken about vulnerability and risks, and I'm sure that many of us are familiar with these WhatsApp hacks that have been taking place through group chats, where you get an invitation because you're in a group chat, then you receive something inviting you to a Zoom meeting, and it's affecting a lot of our elderly. A lot of them are church group chats, sports group chats, and there was something out of Grenada that I thought was very useful in terms of making this, because you're right, I think a lot of people think that these risks don't necessarily apply to us, or nobody wants our data, or we don't understand it, or whatever the case may be at an individual level. So out of Grenada, a government entity, I think, had dispatched a video with instructions on how to improve the privacy on your WhatsApp, yeah? So it was step by step, do this, then do this, then do this, which is a good way, I think, of making it accessible to us as individuals, and it can be scaled up to protect maybe businesses that are small, businesses that don't have the capacity to employ tech experts to assist with this type of thing. So I just want to I don't know which entity would be responsible for doing something like that, but I think that that's a useful way for us to find a creolized format, because it's trusted agencies within our governments, within our departments, that we know that the elderly can follow, that the vulnerable can follow, that the layperson can follow. And we can do that in Patois, we can do that in Creole, we can do that in dialect as well, so that we can make sure that everybody understands how to protect themselves.
Thank you so much for that intervention. And it's very clear that it's a call to action to all persons, to policymakers, to see how they can try and educate the population about the dangers. We shouldn't be afraid of anything to do with cyber, but we should be looking for how we can learn and reinforce the lessons. And with that, I know there are lots of questions. If you have any questions, please feel free to send them in and we'll share it with the panel. But for now, we want the Resilience Forum to continue. Thank you so much, panelists, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Hey, great stuff, man.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And thank you, Telly. You did a fantastic job, girl.
It's a pleasure, Val.
All right. Yes, we're at the favorite hour. And we're at the point where we're going to take a break. We'll, as we did yesterday, head outside and get some refreshments and try to be back in 20 minutes. Try to be back early so that we can catch up on time. And when you come back, you know that video that goes around, you go to a mechanic shop, you find oil, and you go to a barber, you find hair. Well, we have some money to give you. So come back early, because I need to get rid of that money, all right? So we'll take a break, and we'll be right back.
A special prize for those who come back in early via raffle. So if you come back in early, you may be getting to a raffle and get a special prize.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shock, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
We've been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start, because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shock, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shock, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shock, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Yeah.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
We've been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
We've been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
We've been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in these spots where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in these spots where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in these spots where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
Immerse yourself in an engaging, educational, and insightful conference. Register by March 25th, 2025 to attend online, and your name will be entered into a draw to win an exclusive early bird prize worth 500 EC dollars.
And in this past, where we're so exposed to shocks, economic, natural disasters, among other things, we need constantly to be building resilience.
Been spending most of our time discussing what was brought up during the conference this morning, so that's already a good start because the conversation is continuing.
A masterclass in itself of learning from each other.
All right, we're back. Thank you for cooperating. Thank you for being back and being back almost on time. Well, let's begin in a simple way. We have some nice little goodies to give away. We have some nice goodies to give away. Is that better? All right. But we're going to begin with those who are joining us via the online media. So whether it is Facebook or YouTube, you have an opportunity, if it is Zoom, rather. So we're going to spin the wheel here. And we're going to stop on a name. And the person whose name it clicks on, you have 3 seconds. Kerry Mitchell. You have 3 seconds. You want a gift or not? Okay. Okay. Kerry, not there? Okay, let's go again. We have good things to give away. You should be there. Okay, here we go. Boost, test it. All right, Beverly, Shirley. Beverly, are you there, Beverly? Oh, Beverly is not there. All right. We're going to give you 12 seconds. Remember to unmute your mics. You now have 12 seconds. See, people power. You force it from 3 to 12. Democracy at work. Tricia Simon, are you there? Almost sound like make a deal. Let's make a deal. Tricia Simon, unmute your mic. Not there? Oh, let's spin again. Unmute your mic and tell us that you're here. Shout out. Send us a message. Say, yes, I am here. Okay? We're spinning. We're spinning. These are all the people. Yes, we're spinning. Karine Rogers. No? Seconds going. Clock is ticking. Karine Rogers, unmute your mic, Karine. Oh, we're gone. You see what happens? We're going to do it 2 more times. You see what happens when you log on and you go somewhere else? You miss. Okay. I told you I had money to give away. Just let me make it clear. Mahalia Joseph, you have a chance to win $500. Please answer. Unmute your mic. Say, I am here. You indeed are. No? Okay, the last going. And the rules indicate if this last person doesn't get it, it stays with me. Okay? It's the weekend. I have $500 extra cash. St. Luke, LeBlanc, please, St. Luke, unmute your mic, St. Luke. Raise your hand, say, I am here. I am here. St. Luke, going once, going twice, going 3 times into Val's pocket. So I'm going to switch. So since those online don't really want it, I know you would. I agree with you. I'm going to switch. When you came in, those of you who did, which is important to come back early. I did tell you to come back early. Now I'm going to pull from here. I told you to come back early. You didn't listen to me. So I'm going to call a number. I ain't even looking at the number yet. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're number 8? No, you have to come. I have to see. You're number 8. Wait. You have 8? And you have 8 too? But if you have 8 and you have 8 and you have 8, none of you win. That's 888. You also have 8 down there? And you too? Oh, you're kidding me. No, you have 8? You have blank? We're coming to that number soon. Okay, so we have the winners here. You see, please give them a round of applause. Come back early. Sorry to those online when we had the opportunity to spin in the wheel to give you $500. We do it one more in here? Okay, one more pull. 8, you'd like me to put you back in the bag, won't you? All right, here we go. Good shake. Now, here's your last opportunity to convince me to pull your number. If you want me to pull your number, raise your hand. Good. I'm going to pull your number. Here it is. Where are you going, doctor? Are you coming again? Oh. This number is, it has a 1 in it. Then you go to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You guys don't trust me, eh? 11. You have 11 too? And you have 11? And you have 11? Those of you who are Kiddishan, you'll know my joke that is coming up next. We have a lot of lucky Steves. Not many of you would know what I mean. And I'll keep it that way. You have 11 too? You have 11 too? Come.
I have 11 only.
You have 11 only? Come this way, come this way, come this way, come this way. Well, well, this one has a good story. His birthday is what?
No, not me.
No, whose birthday?
My wife's birthday is today.
Today's what date? The 11th. His wife's birthday is today. 11. Give me another one. What else?
And I got 11.
And he got 11. So you're not going to thank me?
Thank you.
All right, everybody has gotten something? Are we getting extra? Okay. You're going to get it soon. You're going to get it soon. You're going to get it. Yeah. This is 11? This ain't look like 11, you know. This look like, what's it?
A pause sign, but so it's a pause?
So we're going to have to give her a consolation prize. Wait. Hold on. Let me give it to her. Listen. At Central Bank, we are equal. So whether it is 11 or the sign for equal, we're equal. So we will just turn it upside down and make it 11. Okay? All right. So, all right, go ahead, make the presentation. All right, wonderful. All right. So we make sure yes, for now. We make sure everybody gets something, eh? Okay, good. Island Adventure, you're also getting a book. Read well when you finish. Let me borrow it. Okay. Good. And finally, it's equal, yeah. You see, from her perspective, Sarah's, it looked like 11. So, give them a round of applause. All right, thanks. Yeah. All right. So what do we do with the $500? Because I don't really want any extra weight. Who knows, maybe later we might do something with it. Right? All right. We're back from that little break in being generous. We're now going to focus on EVs, the economic linkages and transformation potential for the Caribbean, and in terms of developing the infrastructure for EVs in the Caribbean. And whether we like it or not, it's a reality that we have to face. That is, it is not coming, it's already here. So we need to be prepared for that, and we need to make sure that the Caribbean can respond accordingly. All right, now we are going to take the opportunity to invite our next presenter, Dr. Legina, who is going to give us some insight into this whole matter of the EVs.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate this invitation. I've been streaming parts of the meeting, and it's been exciting. I'm jealous. I wish I was right there in the room. There seems to be lots of positive energy. And it's good to be in this setting speaking about electric mobility and the potential for e-mobility in our region. Like the MC said, we have we're actually in the middle of the electric mobility basically transition in our region. And we have to meet it and treat with it with wisdom and with our value system and make the best of it. And so I'm Dr. Legina Henry. I'm the CEO of Raman Sargassum, and I'm speaking today about biogas-powered e-mobility. So first things first, I was instructed this has to be interactive, and I'm listening to the room and feeling the energy in the room. And I fully appreciate that it should be interactive. So the first thing I want to do is just ask you a question, and you'll need your mobile phone to answer the question. So let's jump straight into it. All right, so I'm showing you two scenarios here on the slide, and I would love if the tech team could show me the room on one of the videos. I don't know if you could I don't know if it's possible, if I could see what the room looks like, but anyway, I would like if all of you could go on your mobile phone now to mentimeter.com. Yes, I'm a lecturer, so I teach, and you might feel like you're in a classroom for the next 5 minutes, but apologies. Which scenario do you think is better for the climate? So you could go to mentimeter.com, and we're in a live poll 758380062, and you can start putting in your answer. Is it scenario A on the left, which is an electric car being charged in Port of Spain, Trinidad, which maybe from my accent, you can tell I'm from Trinidad. I'm a Trini, so I'm allowed to ask a question about Trinidad. Okay, or B, scenario B, an internal combustion engine being refueled in Finland. I just want to get a sense of the thinking in the room, and which do you think is better for the climate? An electric car being charged in Port of Spain, Trinidad. BYD just opened a branch in Trinidad, which is exciting for Trinidad. Or B, this internal combustion engine being refueled in Finland. And I'll just escape out of my PowerPoint for a second. So what I'll do is I'll share my whole screen with you, which I think I'm already doing. And I'll go to the Mentimeter pool. I'll come out of this for 1 second. And we're gonna go to the Absolute pool. All right. Okay, good. So we get to the responses in the room. We're not going to stay around too long, but I'm happy to see we already have so many responses. 91% of us think that an electric car charging in Trinidad is better for the climate than an internal combustion engine being refueled in Finland. And I believe that's 34 responses. And that's a good capture of who's in the room and what we think. Okay. And for the past few days, I've been getting beautiful descriptors of who's going to be in the room at this conference. And so I understand we have representatives from government, from funders, from private industry, from academia, from research. And so these are the thought leaders of our region. And there's the idea that e-mobility charging in Trinidad does better for the environment than internal combustion engines in Finland. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. So now I hope you're curious enough to keep going with me here. A few more slides. All right. Now, so going back to the story of who's Rum and Sargassum, why we call Rum and Sargassum. So Rum and Sargassum is a biogas company founded in Barbados, and we're a spin-off company from Results. I am the lecturer for renewable energy at UWI Cave Hill. We had great lab results where we produced fuel using sargassum in the lab. And that was 2019, and we've since been on a journey, and we've started up this company, Rum and Sargassum, which is a biogas company. I always lead off the story with what we all know. I'm preaching to the choir when I say tropical paradise is in trouble. This spiritual sargassum, I mean, it's on the beaches now in Barbados today. I'm not sure what it's like in St. Kitts. I'm sad I'm not there, but maybe somebody in the room will tell me if the beaches are nice and clear today, or if there's any issue today in St. Kitts with sargassum. But sargassum is a global problem, actually. It leaves the coast of West Africa. It comes across the mid-Atlantic, and you could probably find your country in this chain. Everybody in the room. But it comes across the Atlantic, and it goes towards the northern part of the South American continent. The runoff from the rivers, so there's two major estuaries, the Orinoco Delta and the Amazon Delta. But they both carry lots of nutrients in them that makes the sargassum happy. It's a nice warm water, now all these nutrients. So then it kind of cascades and it blows up. There's lots more of it at that point. And that growth meets these currents that go from the northern part of South America into the Caribbean Sea. And so it takes the sargassum with it. And so many parts of the year on our beaches in the Caribbean, in the northern parts of South America, parts of West Africa, the Gulf of Mexico, parts of Florida, who struggle with the arrival of sargassum on beaches. When I show this picture of these are empty benches on Crane Beach in Barbados. This is bad for the economy. To see empty benches on a beautiful day like this at the Crane Beach Hotel is a tragedy. That's not so good for the economy of a country like Barbados. And so we see sargassum arrival as an economic crisis. But at Rum and Sargassum, we're working on a solution. So these pictures were captured at the fisheries port in Barbados on July 19th last summer, 2024. Global coastlines face massive climate-driven sargassum landings. We also work with rum distillery wastewater, and just being from the Caribbean region where rum was really birthed in our small islands and became this internationally appreciated product and a powerful international industry. It started in the Caribbean. And so we use rum distillery wastewater with sargassum seaweed. And so we're saying this is a circular solution that takes wastewater from the rum industry and sargassum seaweed from the ocean before it gets to a fisheries port. And so our model is we collect it out in the deep ocean before it gets this close to land. And so let me go into my solution now. So rum and sargassum, we're a biofuel startup. You just saw a nice little recap video of Test Drive Zero, which happened on September 17th last year, where we drove an electric car. This is a Nissan Leaf at the front. And this is a rally. This is a Suzuki Jimny outfitted as a rally car now in Barbados. Kristen is the owner and driver of this Suzuki Jimny at the back. The Nissan Leaf at the front is really the central piece of Test Drive Zero. This is an electric car that was powered by biogas from rum distillery wastewater and sargassum seaweed. This is a petroleum gasoline car at the back, outfitted with a CNG kit. And that kit allows this car to eventually drive on our biogas when we produce it at the right volumes. Right now, the volumes are small enough that I could charge an electric car with it. My hope is that by this summer, I'll be driving also an internal combustion engine on it. And this car is ready to receive the biogas and drive on it. And so that's what we're working on now. So Test Drive Zero was a demo of an electric car powered by a generator that got its power from sargassum seaweed by biogas. And so I'll go back to my question, the Mentimeter poll, where I said, and let's just go back to the picture. This electric car in Trinidad, my country that I love, is actually, when it's driving on the road, is powered by fossil fuels. It's powered by the natural gas that's produced, prolific natural gas is produced daily in Trinidad. And this car will most likely be powered by fossil fuel natural gas. And that's the plan. That's a stable economy of Trinidad, with natural gas economy. I live now in Barbados, and my expertise is renewable energy, and rum and sargassum is a biofuel startup. And we're producing renewable natural gas. And in fact, this internal combustion engine, when this customer in Finland is filling his internal combustion engine with natural gas, it is likely renewable natural gas. And so, in fact, it is a carbon neutral solution. And so most of us answered in the opposite way than I would say as a renewable energy expert who grew up in Trinidad watching CNG cars and watching all of the technology there around the fossil fuel industry my whole childhood. We don't actually in the renewable energy space, we don't automatically say the electric car is the solution for the climate impact of the transport industry, because the electric car can't power itself. Some form of energy has to power the electric car. And so there are many benefits to electric mobility, but my point in asking the question on this slide is, how do we posture the EV industry that it helps us to usher the new energy era of green energy versus just any energy? I mean, the argument is that electric cars are efficient. Look, we really use a home biogas system to power the electric car Test Drive Zero, which is great. It uses less energy than the internal combustion engine car. But a petroleum car driving with renewable natural gas in the combustion system is actually better for the climate than an electric car powered by fossil fuels. Because you have to think about, when you plug in the car in Port of Spain, Trinidad, where's the energy coming from to produce the electricity to charge the electric car? So the main point of my intervention on the discussion today is really, let's discuss where our energy sources come from to our stable electric grids that will power this e-mobility transition. And so my other thought around e-mobility is, we have a region that's primarily driven on internal combustion engines now. We are transitioning to more and more electric mobility, such as the example in Test Drive Zero, where you could charge an electric car with biogas from sargassum. The question is, what is the economically viable solution for each context in the Caribbean? I know for a fact the low cost of energy in Trinidad, BYD just opened this plant in Port of Spain, Trinidad recently. This is a great solution in the context of Trinidad because of the low cost of electricity, because of the presence of government subsidized natural gas, and natural gas being a local product in Trinidad. For a context like Barbados, where my startup is and where I live, we don't have the same option as Trinidad. We don't have the same cost of energy. So for a context like Barbados, you really do want your electric mobility to be powered by waste. So wastewater from rum distilleries. Sargassum seaweed, which is usually landfilled when they take it off the beaches. For those things to be the sources of the energy for the e-mobility transition, will be expedient, will be suitable and appropriate for the Barbados context. So thank you. I think that's my main point. Let me just make sure. Yep. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to now facilitate a discussion around that. Thank you. I'm going to hand it back over to our next.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't go too far. We'll be back with you. And any questions related will come after we now have a presentation from Justina Jacob, and all questions would be tabled at that appropriate time. So let's welcome Justina. Justina is the Managing Director of Eco Solutions in Grenada, and policy and regulatory frameworks, policies, regulations, incentives, and subsidies to support EV adoption, and he would take us through some of those matters. Justina.
Good afternoon, everybody. Greetings from Grenada. So, this afternoon I'm going to speak to you about electric vehicles. I'm trying to paint a picture of what's happening in the region and how a good policy framework could influence how we drive the industry forward to meet our stated goals. So I'm going to have an introduction, talk about my story, talk about some of the barriers we've been experiencing so far, and we look at the landscape of in the world of what has been working in different parts of the world for pushing EVs forward. We look at the example of Barbados, for some ideas. We then go to have a prescription of what we should do in the OECS to move this thing forward. And then we have a conclusion and some chance for some kind of discussion, questions and answers. So that's the idea. So, there we go. So just a roll call here. So any vehicle owners in here, just by show of hands, let me see who I'm speaking to. Who own a vehicle? Most of you, yes, that's what I expected. Now, what about who believe in the future, that future is, EV is critical to our future? How many of us would believe that EVs are critical to our future? Show of hand again. The next one, how many of you own a vehicle? First of all, how many of you want a vehicle? An EV? All right, I can sell some vehicles today. How many of you have a vehicle already, an electric vehicle? Right, 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 3. The last one now, I'm going to ask you to stand up. If any of you who own the vehicle, any of the 3 of you, power that vehicle from solar at your home, power the vehicle, power your home from the solar, power your business from solar, and power your diesel plant from solar. Yeah, you? Business from solar. I mean, and everything else too, right? I just wanted to kind of do a little boast for now. So basically, at my place, we power the house from solar, we power the business from solar, we power my diesel plant where I recycle old oil into diesel from solar, and we have enough extra solar to sell to the utility company to make it $1,200 to $1,600 a month. But not just the boast though. I want to hopefully demonstrate to you guys that this is something that is possible and it can be replicated on a community level as well as a national level, which I think is the aspiration of most of our OHS nations. So we say we want EV to be part of this growth and resilient push, the big push to resilience in the Caribbean and in the OECS. So some of the opportunities that EVs present include, like my company, Eco Solutions, you can become a dealer, obviously. There's an opportunity to sell. Look how many people here want EVs and probably, I guess, don't have access to it because only 3 of you have one right now. So there's a much opportunity for dealerships. Of course, these things require different kinds of maintenance, different concerns. So there's an opportunity to do that also. The charging infrastructure presents an opportunity. And you could, instead of just charging as in an alternative to fueling up with a station, you can do battery swapping. And battery swapping is particularly effective when the batteries are small, like if you have two-wheelers and other light vehicles like three-wheelers, battery swapping is a very good solution for that. There's also opportunities for different transport modalities. We have Ingrid now, solar-powered boat. What about doing more like delivery services with smaller solar-powered battery vehicles, electric vehicles? So there's new opportunities that's coming into here because of electric vehicles. And EVs also help with our resilience. With the traditional model using ICE vehicles, you buy the vehicles because we don't make vehicles, unfortunately, in the region. And then you have to buy the fuel to fuel it. So you're perpetually dependent on its external factors. And at any one time in our region, we probably do not have in our countries more than 3 months' supply of fuel. So if somehow our fuel supply, and we have a contract with one supplier of fuel, so if somehow that contract is disrupted by whatever reason, we are in trouble. We can't drive our vehicles, we can't run our power plants, and so on. With EVs, we go one step further. We still have to buy the vehicles, but hopefully we can power them like I do on solar. So you have that, you can run a car, hopefully, on your plant like I did through the hurricane without being disrupted. So that's a resilience thing. And of course, it can help to reduce our trade deficit because we're not buying as much fuel. Because of 2 reasons. These are more efficient, so that even if you're fueling up from electricity produced by renewable energies, less of it is needed to make that electricity. And 2, if it's being powered by renewable energy, naturally you need no external fuel. So let's talk about how EVs meet this growth and resilience for the region. So you probably appreciate that because a lot of you say you're interested in EVs and you think it's a way to go. You appreciate the fact that it's good for the environment and health because there are 0 emissions at the tailpipe. And also because there's high efficiency. So the high efficiency means that even if the power you buy is over the grid, there's less emissions per unit from the generators. Because the amount of electricity that is used to produce the unit of motion is less because of efficiency gains of electric vehicle over ICE. Internal combustion engine is only about 30% efficient, while an electric vehicle is more like 70, 80% efficient. All right, so that's naturally use less energy in that process, which means lower emissions. Lower maintenance. There are thousands more parts in a traditional ICE vehicle than there are in an electric vehicle. An electric vehicle is simply a battery and motor with some things around it. So it's much less moving parts, much fewer things to go wrong, which means much fewer parts for maintenance, less cost, and less frequent maintenance. And they are safer. I know a lot of you are concerned about the battery and fires, but it's less likely to have a fire in an electric vehicle than it is to have a fire in an ICE diesel gasoline vehicle. I tell people you wouldn't try to start a fire with a battery. If you had a battery and gasoline home, you wouldn't take the battery to go light the fire, right? You would start a fire with the gasoline. But they're safer also because the battery is mounted in the floor of the car, and that creates a better stability, so less likely to flip over in an accident. But in particular, though, in our situation, in our context here in the OECS, they're even better suited, because we are in the OECS of small islands, and these small islands mean that we have limited daily range. So with a car that's, an average car we sell has about 250 miles of range. That's, in Grenada's context, good enough to go around Grenada 4 or 5 times. If I drive around Grenada twice, I'm tired. I don't want to go a third time. So you find it's difficult to deplete the battery in a day. In fact, typically these cars go over a week on a single charge. And just if your use case is driving yourself, commuting to work and back, and doing errands around the place. Also, we have city-type driving. The efficiency of an electric vehicle is higher in city-type driving than it is on highway-type driving. It's the opposite in the ICE vehicle. You know that when you're on the highway, you get more miles per gallon compared to when you do stop and go, because with the ICE vehicle, when you stop, basically burning fuel and going nowhere. In an electric vehicle, when you stop using electricity from the battery. And when you slow down, you're regenerating it. So again, it's better for all conditions here. We don't have highways in our region. We don't have highways. We cannot drive 70 miles per hour for more than 5 seconds. So in our context, the miles per gallon would go even further. It would be even better for these electric vehicles here in our region. The nexus with tourism. We want to have this sustainable tourism. Well, this is the best thing for sustainable tourism. It goes well. We have green cars. These cars are quiet. You can drive up next to the nesting turtles and not disturb them, or go into the monkeys' place and have them not be disturbed. So it's quiet is also good. And also, something that we kind of overlooked is just the fact that we have 230 in our homes compared to 110. By default, the slowest chargers that we supply with our cars are twice as fast as the ones that's being supplied in 110 places like the US. So it really makes sense for us. But in spite of this, the adoption rate has been slow. I remember doing Vision 2020 when I was in the utility Grand Lake, which meant, and we were mirroring the national policy where we were trying to get to 20% penetration in 2020. Now, we are trying to get to 20% penetration in 2035, because we have not got anywhere close to our intended goal since then. We're still less than 5%. It has been very slow. But we have the ambition. We want to get there. I want to get to 100%. But there are barriers, and we're going to explore some of these barriers and how we can overcome them. Let me tell you a little bit of me. I was in Grand Lake for 20-something years, 22 years, where I tried to lead the program for Grand Lake to renewable energy efforts and energy efficiency efforts. One of the projects we had where I tried to introduce electric vehicles to the staff. I remember standing up in a meeting and saying, hey, electric vehicles is a way to go. And that was a difficult sell to the utility whose job is to sell electricity. I had to convince them that, hey, this is a way to grow the demand. But eventually, some of them, I guess, they understood it, and they took up, we actually bought 3 cars in 2013, but it took 11 years to buy another one. So it really didn't really catch on, even within the utility. But the intention of that project was to kind of show to the nation that these cars can actually run in our environment, handle our hills, and so on, and try to encourage the dealers to get involved. But that didn't work either, because the dealers, I guess some of the challenges the dealers stated was basically a lack of models or units from the parent companies. Because I guess they were dealing with the Japanese, and the Japanese were slow to adopt the electric vehicles. And also, the Japanese were not concerned about the small markets. We didn't have the buying power. So that's some of the challenges. So at Eco Solutions, we do, as I said, mentioned these things here. We do renewable energy, we do recycling, converting waste motor oils to diesel, and we do, of course, electric vehicles as part of our energy efficiency thing here. So we kind of surveyed the international market to see what was working. It ranged from incentives, some privileges for electric vehicles, concessions, training for firefighters, and so on. So these are the barriers, yeah. So I kind of mentioned them as we were going along. So barriers range from things that are in terms of access. We mentioned the access that the dealers had was limited. High capital costs, concerns of safety, anxiety of a range, which is, I guess, misplaced, and the capacity of the grid to support these vehicles and charging systems. In terms of the region, there are no electric vehicle policy per se, but the electric vehicle policy is kind of stated under the transport sections of the CARICOM energy policy and the national energy policy of Grenada, for example. And there's a mechanism within the CARICOM regional electric vehicles framework to guide the deployment of the electric vehicles in the region. So there's some framework already. But looking at the world and those places that we are doing well in terms of adoption, Norway, China, Netherlands, and California, Germany, we see what is working. Things ranging from tax exemptions, some toll road exemptions and things like those concessions and so on. Government investment in public charging. In China, they have quotas for certain goals for manufacturers of EVs and so on. And the US, they have state rebates, zero emission mandates, and so on. So we kind of look at what's working, what can, to kind of inform what we should do in our region. So that's how we went about coming up with some recommendations. In Barbados, they're doing well in terms of EV penetration, relatively. So they have over 650 EVs, including 59 buses. They have 100 plus EV charging station, charging network that was rolled out by a private sector person, Megapower. They have their policy framework set out, so there's a clear information about what fiscal incentives are applicable and when and how they are applicable. And there are EV incentives within that for buyers and dealers. So my recommendation are several recommendations here. So talking about emission standards. So to kind of guide the industry into this, we have to have emission standards. Emission standards specify the limits of efficiency of the vehicles that we import. So encourage EVs and discourage inefficient ones. So you have concessions like we have in Grenada right now, 100% concessions on import duties for electric vehicles. But of course, this needs to be adjusted down in time as to make sure that the government can collect the taxes over time, because taxes are necessary. And I'm running out of time here. And things like age limits for vehicles. We'll go a little faster here. In terms of improving our charging infrastructure, we need to focus on public systems. We need to have, for example, subsidies to have the people who are using the vehicles the most, the buses and so on, to get into this. We need to have some signaling to encourage where we want the charging to be put. So you need the chargers at places where vehicles are parked during the day and places where people cannot charge at their homes, like in apartment buildings and so on. So you have to have some kind of signaling for that. One thing I want to make sure that we do, though, with the regulations and policies, is that we do not restrict people too much, because the technology is changing. So you don't prescribe exactly which technology to use, for example, which charging port to use, but you just encourage the ones that you think is best and provide parameters so that it would encourage private sector actors to do that. All right, so I'm being hurried up here. So I guess we'll have a panel session where we could actually have some more discussions about this. But there's a whole bunch of other recommendations here.
Right. I have lots of questions for you, but I want to connect a lot of what we're doing. So what we're going to do, give them a round of applause.
You want this?
What we're going to do, we're going to just make a little modification. And so now we're going to go into what we call a master class. And I'm going to invite to join us Dr. Wayne Archibald. And we're going to be looking at, in the master class, business and career opportunities in EV sales. And then we're going to have a discussion, and we'll allow Jacinta to be back with us in the presentation at some point as well. So let's welcome Dr. Archibald.
Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon, sorry. It's almost lunchtime. My name is Wayne Archibald, as you've seen in the introduction, and today I'll be speaking about the business case for electric vehicles. While we try to get the sound started out here, we'll start with an introductory video and then we'll get right into the presentation. So just bear with us while we get the sound. All
right, we're going to get it work out. Technology is not going to defeat us. We have too many experts here. What's your background, Wayne?
I'm an engineer. I have degrees in chemistry, physics from the University of Virgin Islands, and then I did a PhD from Carnegie Mellon University, and in material science and engineering. I also did a postdoctoral fellowship in mechanical engineering. And I spent about 5 years working as a product development engineer in Texas Instruments. So we used to design semiconductor chips and stuff like that, that all of you have in your devices right now. And then from there, I spent a couple of years in academia at UVI and then also at UWI in Mona, Jamaica, before venturing into the whole entrepreneurial world in renewable energy and stuff.
That's great. That, so. And now we're going to get more from Dr. Archibald.
Yes.
We had a two-phase approach
in order to help him to build the workforce. First, we had train-the-trainer program with solar PV for 15 trainers who will now be teaching at the college. And the second part of the program was where we actually trained participants from St. Kitts and throughout the Caribbean in electric vehicle repair and maintenance.
My name is Devlin Connor from Anguilla. This training course is very beneficial. We had the exposure to be able to come and be briefed and actually trained in electric vehicle operation and safety hazard practices and stuff like that. And I find it to be very, very, very beneficial at this time.
So here in St. Kitts, training vehicle technicians on electric and hybrid vehicle technology. Put it another way, how not to kill themselves when they're working on electric cars. We're going through the principles of electric vehicles, we're going through the risks and the dangers that these vehicles pose, and how to stay safe when they're diagnosing faults and when they're working on these vehicles.
Number one done. So we've been around the vehicle, we put signs, barriers, whatever else, and we look for any four things. We look for damage, we look for leaks, we look for smells. That is number one done, guys. Yeah? Where's number two? So now we're going to remove the key and we're going to put it actually into a lock. Right. How far away?
The transformation in the perspective of who comes up to this institution. But too often we hear persons call themselves mechanics. We don't train mechanics here. We train automotive technicians. All right. Thank you very much for your attention to that. As I said, I'll be speaking about the business and career opportunities in electric vehicles. And let's just start globally, then we'll bring it down to our Caribbean region. So the global electric vehicle market is surging, expected to surpass $1.5 trillion by 2030. But here is the exciting part. This revolution isn't just limited to the big players like China, the US, Africa, or Europe. It's taking root also in small island nations like ours. Right? And let's take Grenada, for example. We've heard a little bit about Grenada earlier. Today, the government is actively promoting EV adoption as part of its climate-smart development strategy. EV stations are popping up all over. Businesses are exploring electric fleets. Policies are being crafted to support a clean transportation future. As we see in the graph shown here, since 2022, we have seen a significant increase in the percentage of electric vehicles each year, and we are already on pace to surpass last year's number. Right? So if we see here, in 2022, we had 5.8% of all vehicle imports being electric vehicles. And now in 2025, we are already up to 49% of all vehicles being EVs in Grenada. One of the things, too, that should be noted, which I got from my good friend Leslie here, is that there's a 100% concession on duties and taxes for electric vehicles coming into Grenada. Now, in St. Vincent, on the other hand, there are 2 charging stations, public charging stations, and 25 electric vehicles on island. However, there's no policy structure in place as yet to support this movement. So what we see in Grenada and St. Vincent, they now need electricians trained in charging, mechanics who understand electric drivetrains, and entrepreneurs who can build services around these vehicles. The growth of EVs in these islands is a signal to the rest of the OECS that the green economy is no longer a theory, it's a real business opportunity. So let's look at opportunities that we have in the EV ecosystem in the region. For every EV that hits the road, there's a chain reaction of opportunities. Someone has to install the charging infrastructure, someone has to maintain the batteries, someone needs to write the software for fleet management, and someone needs to teach the next generation how to do all of it. This ecosystem includes electricians and energy auditors. It includes mechanics, retraining to work on high voltage systems. It includes solar companies integrating EV charging into smart homes. It includes logistics companies that are optimizing delivery fleets, and entrepreneurs that are creating mobile charging stations for underserved areas. And it's not just technical. We also need storytellers, like we had earlier in this conference, and marketers who can shift the public perception of electric vehicles. We need lawyers and policymakers to shape EV regulations. We need researchers and data analysts who can track the impact and guide future investments. And here's the best part of it. Many of these roles didn't even exist 10 years ago. That means we have a unique opportunity to design this ecosystem with the intention, with equity, sustainability, and most importantly, local ownership at the core. But the opportunities don't build themselves. So if we want to unlock the full potential of the EV ecosystem, especially in small islands and developing economies, we need more than momentum. So what we need is a roadmap. Now, the roadmap that we need is one that goes beyond headlines and pilot projects. We've had enough of those, right? We need one that connects policy with training, infrastructure with access, and investment with inclusion. Because this isn't just about importing electric cars, it's about building a system that works for all of us. So what does that look like? It starts with basics. Reliable charging infrastructure powered by clean local energy. Then comes the workforce training, electricians, mechanics, fleet managers, to give them the skills that we need. It means aligning the education with the industry needs and creating certification programs that are recognized internationally and also locally. We need the financial tools, which are grants, microloans, public-private partnerships, to help entrepreneurs enter the space, especially women and youth. And we also need a smart policy, standards for electric vehicle imports, consumer incentives, and regulations that prioritize local ownership and sustainability. Now, we recognize that the roadmap wouldn't look the same everywhere, right? But the direction is clear. With the right vision and collaboration, we can move from early adoption to real transformation and build an EV future that's inclusive and uniquely Caribbean. So let me just pause for a minute and talk about some of what we did in Jamaica. In Jamaica, we were able to develop the codes and the standards that govern electric vehicles, right? We were able to make the safety recommendations for EVs, and that helps set the stage to create a vibrant EV policy for the entire island. Once we've completed that, we trained 15 mechanics and first responders in order to basically start building and creating the workforce. Those 15 trainers now were able to train through the Heart Trust 400 students at the Heart Trust to be able to learn how to service and maintain electric vehicles. But what's important here is that while we continue seeing this influx of electric vehicles in our islands, what happens when there is an accident, right? I mean, this is kind of like driving without insurance. We keep bringing in electric vehicles, so not that we wish for it, but most likely there'll be accidents. And if our first responders, our firefighters, our police force are not able to manage these high voltage systems and understand how to safely get people out of these vehicles, then like I said before, it's kind of like driving without insurance. So it's very important in all of our OECS countries that even before we start bringing in more vehicles, we need to stop and think that we need to increase and train the workforce so that we can be able to drive safely on the roads, knowing that our first responders can respond in the event of an accident, right? And that is part of what we do. That's what you saw in the first video, where we actually started in Jamaica, then Bermuda, then St. Kitts, and we're training firstly mechanics and first responders so that they can keep us safe on the roads and stuff like that. So that's about the OECS EV ecosystem roadmap. Now, once the roadmap is in place, and once we've laid the foundation with infrastructure, policy, and training, there's a critical question that follows. Who's actually going to deliver these solutions? Who's going to sell the service and support this new EV economy? And this is where the business models now start to take shape. Because EVs aren't just a product, they're a platform for new types of dealerships, mobile services, charging as a service, software integration, and even solar-powered vehicle rentals, right? Business models that we'll continue to highlight include sales and dealerships, right? Servicing and maintenance, as we discussed before, fleet infrastructure, specialized services like solar integrated EV solutions, solar carports and stuff like that, like we see at the front of the bank here. And then we need the skills and the certifications. And because these training and these certifications, they don't require a university degree. They require the right skills, the right mindset, and the right attitude in order to be able to pursue these certifications. These are the skills that create jobs, and not just jobs, but also careers, from policy plans to paychecks. And if we invest now in people, in training, in bold business models, we can ensure that the EV economy doesn't just arrive in our islands, but that it stays here, it grows here, it thrives here, and it also belongs to us. Now, it's easy to get excited about the big picture changes, like charging infrastructure, clean energy solutions, high-tech vehicles, and so on. But in the end, the success of the EV transition depends on something very human, and that's trust. And trust is built through engagement before, during, and after the sales. When someone buys their first electric vehicle, they're not just switching cars, they're changing habits, navigating new systems, and asking questions like, where do I charge my car? How long will the battery last? Who do I call when something goes wrong? This is where customer engagement and after-sales support become essential pillars of the EV business model. So far, we've looked at the business models, the roadmap, the customer experience, etc. But none of this works without people. And that brings us to perhaps the most exciting part of the EV revolution, which is the career pathways that's opening up for everyone, from high school graduates to engineers, from mechanics to marketers and so on. As this is not just a niche industry, it's also a growing sector that needs thousands of trained professionals at every level. And like I said before, these skills, these jobs, they don't require a university degree. They just require the skill, the passion, and a pathway to certification. Let's skip ahead a little bit to talking about building a client base, right? Now, in order to build the client base, and we heard some of this earlier this morning in previous presentation, the electric vehicle sector requires a strategic multi-stakeholder approach targeting fleet operators, dealerships, government and utility services, and private consumers. But one of the biggest barriers remains the high upfront cost, often driven by import tariffs on electric vehicles, batteries, and essential components. Now, for fleet operators and government agencies trying to electrify, these tariffs can delay a large-scale adoption. So by partnering with dealerships and aligning with the government and the utility entities, we not only promote EVs, but we also advocate for more favorable policies like reduced tariffs, like in Grenada, or duty exemptions that make the transition economically viable. Educating private consumers about the long-term savings is also important, but addressing these systemic cost barriers is what will truly unlock the growth across the EV ecosystem. Right? So in conclusion, if you are a student, a parent, a policymaker, an entrepreneur, you have a role to play. Whether you're holding a wrench, writing code, or pitching a new business, this industry needs you. Because the EV revolution is not just coming, it's already here. And the only question is, will you drive it or will you be left behind? Thank you very much.
Well, I'm hoping that we will drive it and not be left behind. And I want you to remember that statement, as we get together for the panel. I'm going to invite Justina to join us. And virtually, she's already there. Hi, Dr. Henry. And we're going to be, through the panel discussion, trying to dig a little deeper into some of this and also to get more insights. I know that Justina had a few more things he wanted to share, for instance, so we'll be doing that as well. But in addition to what they have to say, we may also find the opportunity to give you, those of you present with us, an opportunity to give your input as well. So let's join here, and we will try to take it as quickly as we can, but with all the information that we need to share and not depriving our wonderful audience of information that is needed. Now, this is going to be for you, Dr. Henry, later on when I come to you. But I'm going to make a little statement that I'm reminded of. And I'm reminded of it in a sad way, but I'm going to turn it into a positive. A cousin of mine, who we buried last year on this date, helped to coin a phrase that became popular in St. Kitts, where there is, we call it waste, but it is money. All right? And we're going to speak, when we're dealing with you, Dr. Henry, we're going to dive into some of that, into what we consider in the Caribbean to be a problem that you and your team have been turning into an opportunity. But let me begin this way with the panel. And let's start with you, Dr. Archibald, in the simplest way, and not a definition, but a short explanation. Because I don't want people to be thinking that they understand and they don't. When we say EV, what do we mean? Because given the high figure of 49%, I'm sure some in the audience were 49%. So let's explain what we mean.
49%, you're referring to the data I showed on
Yes.
Grenada there? Actually, what I did there was to combine the electric vehicles, which are fully electric vehicles, and also the hybrid vehicles. So we say, I don't remember if it was 49%, but if that's what it was, then there were 49% of the vehicles, of the electric and hybrid vehicles that were coming in were in that category. So we have to distinguish between electric vehicles, which are fully electric. They run 100% by charging them through some charging stations, and the hybrid vehicles, which are partly electric and partly gas-powered still. And I know most people in the islands, they have, you'll find more hybrid vehicles right now than you would fully electric vehicles.
Yeah, because you see, for most people, when they hear electric vehicles, they're thinking about plug-ins only and not the hybrids.
Yes, that's generally what most people would.
So some people might be driving EVs and don't know.
Well, they're driving hybrids.
The hybrids
right.
version. Yeah. One other, let me go now to Dr. Henry. Like I said, if sometimes you're traveling, let's say you're coming down from the United States and we're off in our ocean, and you see the Sagazan coming through and you reach into the Caribbean and you see it there. Here in Frigate Bay, across by some of our hotels there, it has been there for years. So most of us have seen it as a problem because it's preventing use of the beach for swimming and relaxation. But you're saying, stop seeing it only as a problem. Try to turn it into a business opportunity.
Yep. Yes, and I think even Dr. Archibald mentioned working with Yuri for some of the work he described his work. At Yuri Cave Hill, we have, I guess, the spirit of the campus is an innovative one, and this question of sargassum seaweed being a crisis that we're turning into opportunity really came out of a drive right now at Yuri Cave Hill to find ways to commercialize solutions at the campus. So I actually, 2 weeks ago, presented at an MIT alumni event and described the solution from a university in the Caribbean among astronauts and all kinds of people who came out of the MIT community. And there was enthusiasm in the way that when they heard about this kind of innovative solution coming out of our region, there was a lot of enthusiasm in the room. I think the world is looking for answers and looking for solutions. I think we're sitting here in the Caribbean talking about solutions for our region around the electric mobility. And you're hearing Dr. Archibald kind of spell out the entire ecosystem of how that solution should look. And in all of the various parts of the ecosystem, you're hearing that need for resilience in our thinking, you're hearing the need for creativity. And what that says to me is, I mean, as Caribbean nationals, we are resilient. As Caribbean nationals, I think not Dr. Archibald, but Mr. Jacobs mentioned, whose first name is, I'm not hearing it very clearly, but I know it's Mr. Jacobs. Y'all will help me to pronounce it. But he mentioned that need for our thinking to be different from, I mean, the electric cars are coming from North America, they're coming from China, wherever they're coming from. They come into our countries, which some of us don't have highways. And so the statistics about electric mobility, energy cycles that you might get from, I don't know, a city in China where these cars are designed. Our drive cycles and the energy use of the electric car in our region will be different. And so we have to take data and understand, how does the electric car work in Barbados? How does it work in Trinidad, which does have highways, but not 12-lane and 14-lane highways? How does it work in Grenada or St. Lucia? So the question is, how? I mean, it is a question we've always answered as West Indians. We get the technology from the big countries, it comes to us, and we figure out, oh, when they say a solar panel lasts 10 years on the box, it really lasts 8 years with our sea blast and with our humidity and with our solar. In fact, the sunlight comes to us at twice the amount that it comes to many of the places where the solar panels are designed, for example, in China or in Germany. When you rate a solar panel for 1,000 kilowatts per meter squared, but in our region, again, 2,000 kilowatts per meter squared, it means the solar panel working twice as hard in Barbados as it works in Beijing. So I think so the question of taking Sargassum, which is a crisis, making it an opportunity, really, I think, is a function of our West Indian nature. We're resilient, we're creative, we solve. And so that West Indian nature, I think as we solve the electric vehicle transition for our region, we're gonna see more and more empowerment of that, our approach to life. I mean, I'll say one quick thing to that question about how do we take a crisis and turn it into an opportunity. When I was an undergraduate 100 years ago, we were talking about reuse, recycle, re-this, re-that as solutions to the current climate crisis. But when they were teaching us about reusing bottles or reusing jars, this is something I did in childhood. We knew when you finished that Skippy bottle of peanut butter, that was now going to be the bottle that we'll preserve fruit in for black cake at Christmas or something. Reusing something was a normal part of West Indian culture in my whole childhood. And so I think one of the things is we have to value that perspective we grew up in our small islands, and our ability to be resilient in the face of crisis. Right now, on a bad day in Barbados, the sargassum that arrives on the beach could power all the energy needs of Barbados for 3 months. That is how much of an opportunity sargassum is. One bad day, and you get 3 months of energy output from that arriving sargassum. And so, yes, there's opportunity in that crisis. But we do need to step back and think the systems of thought that we grew up in are probably the things that will benefit us as we transition our technologies.
Waste matters is the phrase, the term I was looking for, and that's essentially what you're doing with the sargassum. Josina is the name.
That's me.
That's the first name for Jacobs, Josina. Don't worry, I had my difficulties with it too. I had to practice it. Josina, I want to give you, in starting, an opportunity to finish off a point before you exited the stage, because I know you had a few more items you wanted to deal with. So let me give you that opportunity now.
Well, I don't want to be long, but I want to just call to action everyone here. I saw a number of hands raised and who is interested in EVs. So if it is that you have an opportunity to buy one right now, go ahead and do it. It will save you money. I'm not trying to sell this. It will save you money. If you have an opportunity to influence your government to bring concessions in and do whatever it takes to change the framework, there is, as I said, there's a framework OECS-wide that you can use and they can follow. I could follow the guidelines that have been presented here. If it is you're part of an institution who can have in a curriculum something on safety training, certification of technicians, training for linesmen, firemen, first responders, let's do that. So however you are able to influence this, let's do it. I mean, as was presented, there's a lot of opportunities all around, and everybody needs to play their part and understand and recognize their part. Just educating someone or dispelling some of the misconceptions because you have driven in or seen or used or understand these things could help. But there's a lot of misconceptions. So that's kind of, I guess.
Our topic is innovative business models for EV deployment. And Dr. Archibald, you were very comprehensive in your presentation outlining the roadmap. Every time I took a note to try to say, okay, I'm going to ask this question, you covered it. So you've, I would say, provided a roadmap. What would it take for that roadmap to manifest itself, not only in St. Kitts and Nevis, but through the OECS and indeed the rest of the Caribbean?
All right, thank you for that question. Well, first of all, several things. But one of the most important factors that I spoke about that a lot of people, it's not being talked about enough, is the workforce factor, right? And like I said before, I don't mean to keep beating the same drum, but there's no reason why a small island developing states that everyone shouldn't be driving an electric vehicle, right? We're small enough such that, as my friend Justina said, right? You'll have to charge your vehicle maybe like once every 2 weeks or something like that on these small islands because we don't have very far to drive, right? But in doing so, we have to establish certain foundational things, and that's training and developing the workforce in the Caribbean, right? Because, like I said, if there's an accident, the first responders have to know how to respond. Electric vehicles are completely different from the regular gas-powered vehicles that we drive right now, right? There are a lot of high voltage components. You'll hear from Chris. Don't mean to take away your shine, Chris, but Chris is going to show you how to transform a regular gas-powered vehicle into an electric vehicle. So I'll leave that more for him to talk about. But in training our first responders, our mechanics, right, that's kind of what we need, in addition to the policies that are created by the government to be able to have a vibrant EV ecosystem in the OECS. You know, Grenada is leading the way with electric vehicles right now. Some of the other small islands, we all have electric vehicles, but then, like I said, there's no one to maintain them. There's no, the first responders wouldn't know what to do, how to disconnect the high voltage components, you know, and stuff like that. And that's what we provide to the Caribbean. Earlier in January, we had our first electric vehicle training and certification at the college. We had 3 mechanics from Anguilla travel here to get trained and to get certified. And we're having another, I'm not trying to advertise anything here, but you know, we're having another EV training course in June. And everybody from the OECS, all y'all should send your mechanics and stuff like that to get trained, and your first responders to get certified. So I think once those things come into place, the workforce and the policies, that will really open up the door for a lot of different businesses around it. People can establish charging stations all across the island and charge people to charge their vehicles, those who don't have charging stations at home. So it can create so many new businesses and new industries in the OECS, and we don't have to wait for anybody to do it. We can do it ourselves.
Dr. Henry, when Dr. Archibald was speaking earlier on, he used an analogy in terms of it's like driving without insurance. Who should be driving this whole push, this whole effort to truly create an industry I'm not talking about encouraging people just to buy it, but for it to be an industry for us here in the Caribbean. Who should be driving it? Who should be the driver?
I mean, somebody said it. We're either driving or we're going to be left behind. Everybody needs to be empowered as part of the transition. And so when we describe a shift in technology, one of the speakers said it earlier. This is asking people to change their attitudes, but also to change practices, because now you have to think about, well, when do I charge? How long does the charge last? In my country, we have more hills. We don't have long commutes, but I do drive on hilly terrain, so maybe I might be using a lot more energy than people on a flatter island. So each country, in each context, which I think one of the other speakers also said, you have to understand, what does the energy cycling look like for the electric car? And for the standard electric car, maybe for the electric 4x4 compared to a sedan, a family passenger car. So I think there's two things happening. There's a human response to it, but there's also the technical reality. In my space where we teach renewable energy solutions, we actually say we're agnostic about which solution you go after, but the more diverse your solution landscape, the more resilient is your entire solution. And so we actually do, at least for context where I've looked, taken a deep dive like Barbados and Trinidad, I recommend a transport transition that has multiple modes. So not just electric, but electric with renewable internal combustion engine solutions as well. And so what we always say is a multifaceted solution will give us many different ways to approach the risks associated with one of the solutions. And so the example I give is the La Soufriere eruption. In 2021, the La Soufriere volcano erupted. Barbados is 200 kilometers east of St. Vincent, where the eruption happened, but we were covered in ash. And for 2 weeks, solar panels underperformed in Barbados. It went down to 2% energy production on the first day we got hit, which was the 10th. The eruption happened on the 9th, and on the 10th, none of our solar panels produced energy. We're not a volcanic island, but sometimes, depending on how the wind decides to blow and how the volcano erupts, Barbados, which is east, and you do expect something coming from St. Vincent to move towards Barbados just because of our understanding of the northeast trade winds. But the eruption went above the trade winds and it came across the ocean to Barbados. Imagine if Barbados was 50% powered by solar panels and something like that happens, we would have a national crisis. And so we think when you're looking at these transitions, you think about the risks, you pull in your team of experts from various backgrounds, and we come to the conclusion together about how we move forward. When we speak about educating the workforce to get mechanics who deal and tinker now with, I don't know, a carburetor and an engine and this and that, now they have to start looking at electrical systems because you're getting lots and lots of hybrids, right? You get these cars, they're hybrids, so they have internal combustion, but they also have electric. They have battery and everything, high voltage. And so I agree with my colleague who said, you have to train your workforce, and it doesn't take a whole degree. I'm actually level 3 trained in fixing electric cars, and that happened in 2 weeks on island here in Barbados. A team came from Ireland to do training. It was brought in by Mega Power in collaboration with SJPI, one of our technical vocational institutions in Barbados. And UE sent me over to represent the campus there and to be trained. It took 2 weeks, and I sat among automobile mechanics. I was the only non-mechanic in the room, but I'm a mechanical engineer. And we, in 2 weeks, we kind of understood basic repair on an electric car. I think we need like it's being described by Dr. Archibald and Mr. Jacobs, we have to have a multifaceted approach to the solution. We all have to be involved in the solution. We have to respect that this is end users and customers, people. Is it your mom and your dad? Is it your grandson? Is it your nephew? It's people. The customers are people. But it has to be led with the technical know-how that's contextual. So what I don't like to see is foreign consultants come down from Germany and tell us exactly what to do, because they don't know what to do. They're not here. They don't know where the potholes are. They don't know where is the diversion when you have traffic on the highway. You have to go over Lady Young Hill instead of going to
So you're looking for an internal solution.
We need our experts
leadership.
like a Dr. Archibald who's based here, but he has the technical expertise. And I think if the transitions are led by our thinkers who understand our context with the help of foreign insights on the technology, but the leadership has to be in our people with our awareness.
Good, appreciate that. We just 2 seconds over time, but with a short answer, Josina, what role in this new model, this new sector, should the financial institutions play to help grease it and move it along?
One thing in Grenada, I think Grenada is probably leading the OECS as mentioned. One thing we have in Grenada right now is that all of the institutions, including some of the credit unions, have specialized instruments for electric vehicles and renewable energy and energy efficiency items. So there are special packages, including low interest rates and so on. So I think at this point in Grenada, there's a lot of things aligning. The government has the concession package for now. The banks are having promotions and better interest rates for like electric vehicles and solar. The dealers are coming along. Training and so on is catching up. So we're trying to do all these areas, and I think that's what we need to do across the region. And it starts with that policy, that policy, elucidating the policy and the intent. So to create that enabling environment, the business people, including the banks, know that this is a serious thing that the country is looking forward to, and there's an opportunity here we could tap into. And they went along and do some packages and things they could offer to the people.
With a nod head, any smart bank should really be taking time to look into this matter and try to become the leader.
Absolutely, absolutely.
All right, we must leave it there, unfortunately. Very good insights. I do appreciate it, and I've learned a lot. And let's thank our panel. Dr. Regina Henry, virtually joining us, Dr. Archibald, and of course, Josina Jacobs. Thank you very much. We will continue now with another topic of discussion. And we're going to segue into a showcase and discussion on solar and wind sustainable energy as power sources for EVs. And Chris Hazel who's the co-founder and CEO of Felon and Charge Cube, he's going to be leading us in that direction.
Is this mic working? There we go. Can you click the button for me? Hello everyone, I'm Chris Hazel. I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Felton, and I'm here from the UK to talk to you about a range of different subjects today. you going to click again? Right, so instead of standing up here and doing a talk for the next 15 minutes, I spent the time when I was in the UK, we actually had some sun, which is amazing. Basically, I put together a video which covers these 3 topics, basically, because I actually had the tools at my disposal in the UK to actually try and maybe leave you here learning something. So I'm actually going to explain to you how an electric vehicle works from start to finish. It includes what's within the battery, how does an electric motor work, what's the charger that's actually in the car. Then we're going to talk about vehicle retrofit. So we're actually going to look at an old classic Mini and the kit that we designed for BMW, which actually goes into that Mini to allow it to be converted to electric. But that can also be done on commercial vehicles or day-to-day commuters. As the price of EV stuff comes down heavily in price, we'll be able to actually retrofit pre-existing vehicles on the islands rather than keep importing new vehicles and, in theory, wasting the old vehicles into sort of recycling and stuff like that. And then we're going to look at reuse and recycling of electric vehicles. So what happens to the battery packs when they hit end of life, or if a vehicle is accident damaged? What can we do with them? Because we can actually do some really exciting things basically with those and convert them into energy storage for solar, wind, things like that. So without further ado, I'm going to step off the stage and you can see a 10 times bigger version of me on this massive great big screen.
Let's start with how an electric vehicle actually works. Now this is a test rig and it's a great way to see all the key components that actually go into an electric vehicle. It gives me an extremely easy way to explain how each bit works and interacts with each other. Now this is an electric vehicle battery pack and they come in lots of different form factors. Normally they're flat in the bottom of a vehicle and it makes it into a structural member and they contain lots and lots of key components to simplify the build process for electric vehicle manufacturers. Now there's some key bits within this battery pack. There is a battery management system. And that basically manages every single cell within the battery pack. And normally these are at 400 to 800 volts depending on the make and model of vehicle. And basically the BMS will monitor each individual cell group within the battery and make sure they're all within normally 0.2 millivolts of each other. Now the closer they are in balance, the more capacity the battery will have, as basically when charging or discharging, it's only as good as its strongest or weakest cell or highest and lowest voltage cell. The BMS has a really important job of monitoring all those cells, making sure they're close in balance, and it also monitors all the temperatures within the battery pack to make sure they don't exceed the temperature or go too low in temperature, which then affects the charging and discharging rate of the battery. Now in here, there's also some other key parts, basically the high voltage contactors. So there'll be a positive and a negative contactor, and those are basically open if the vehicle is powered down or not charging to stop any power coming out of the battery pack. Or in case of emergency, if the vehicle needs to be shut down, normally there'll be a pyro fuse and a safety system that basically opens the contactors if anything was to ever happen, if the airbags went off, or in case of a crash. Now within the battery pack, you'll also have a fuse. Now this fuse will be rated for the continuous power draw, and it's normally there to protect things like the high voltage cabling. So it'll be sized based around that size. So if something happened, a cable cut through, anything happened, the fuse would then blow, and in theory, the battery would go open circuit, so no power is coming out of it. You normally have also a pre-charge resistor in there, and what a pre-charge resistor do is when you first power the battery up, it will basically slowly bring the voltage up. When I say slow, it's normally within a second, so pretty quick, but basically slowly brings that voltage up from 0 to 400 or 800 volts, depending on the system, so that all the other components in the system's capacitors can charge up, meaning you don't blow any parts. Without a pre-charge, there would be fundamental damage done quite quickly to the other high voltage components. Now, I'm going to show you what's inside of one of these batteries and how they're actually built. Now, this is a battery module, and inside the battery module, you have battery cells. Now, there'll be a number of these modules in an entire pack, and then there's a number of cells within each module that are linked in parallel, groups of 3 as you can see here, and then they're linked in series. So parallel increases the current available, and in series, as it compounds, it increases the voltage. Now the cell type in these modules is a prismatic battery cell, as you can see here. Normally there's multiple pouch cells within here with nice connectors on them, and they are a hard case, making them an easy form factor to produce modules from. They can then be linked together in series to produce complete battery packs. Now in order for an EV to actually move, it doesn't just need the battery, it actually needs a propulsion system, meaning a motor. Now this is an AC motor, which is the most common form factor you'll find in most electric vehicles. And they come in a range of different form factors with gearboxes and inverters potentially built into them. Now I'm going to show you what the rotor looks like that sits within this motor. This is the rotor that sits within the motor. As you can see, it has bearings on either side. Now this is actually magnetic. As you can see here, you can actually see the magnetic fields sit within the rotor. Now, there's one key part I haven't showed you, which is the inverter. And that takes the DC from the battery, converts it to AC to actually propel the vehicle along. This is an electric vehicle inverter. Now, this is an aftermarket inverter. A lot of EVs have these actually built into the motors now, but it's a great example for me to take the lid off and show you what's inside. Now, in here you have the DC from the battery comes in on these two, then the AC comes out here. Go to the AC motor, and you've got some current sensors, and then hidden down inside here you have power electronics and IGBTs, which do all the switching to allow the motor to be controlled and move the vehicle forward. Now the battery stores energy, but you need to get energy into the battery in the first place, so you need something called a charge port. Now this is a type 2 charge port. There's also type 1, depending on what part of the world you're in. There's also something called a DC rapid charger. So this takes AC, but you may see some which have additional 2 pins at the bottom, which actually take DC directly in from a special rapid charger, which can be up to 300 kilowatts or even faster. And you'll see that on most OEM vehicles. Now, if you are doing AC charging from the grid, you need an onboard charger. Now, this is an OBC. It takes power in from the grid, converts the DC to go into the high voltage battery pack in order for it to charge up. But you also need something else, because electric vehicles don't just run on 400 or 800 volts. They also need a 12 volt system. So this is a DC to DC. It basically takes high voltage from the battery pack, converts it down to 12 volts to power up all the ancillary systems in the vehicle, meaning your stereo, your headlights, even the battery management system and the contactors need a 12 volt system to operate. There is a Q&A at the end of this video, so please do think of any questions you want to ask me, and I'll be happy to answer them. It's now time to talk about retrofit. And I mean retrofit as in can take an old classic car and convert it to electric, or an old commercial vehicle, rather than scrapping it. Now this is a classic Mini, as you can see, but within here, there's actually a complete electric vehicle system fitted. Now this takes about 2 days to fit, as this kit has been specifically designed to fit the Mini for BMW for their classic Minis. Now I'm going to show you exactly what the kit looks like before it's fitted into this car. As you can see, that is the Mini. This is the kit that goes inside of it. This is broken down into key parts. Obviously you have a complete subframe here, which is the original Mini subframe. This actually bolts up into the Mini and picks up on the original mounting points. There's no modification done to the chassis of the car. Everything is bolt-in. Then I have a battery pack in the front here, which has 5 modules in. We have our inverter. We have our motor under here and a single-speed reduction gearbox that goes to axles that come out. Then we have a small liquid cooling system to look after the motor and the inverter to make sure they stay at optimum temperature. Moving round, we then have a rear battery pack, which has the remainder of the battery modules. Each battery pack does also have a safety disconnect in. But by splitting the pack up, it allows us to keep the weight distribution correct on the Mini. It still handles the same, and it's actually within 5 kilos of its original weight. And then we have the charge port, which is a type 2, but it can also be a type 1 for charging up the Mini, depending on whether it's in the UK, Europe, US, or any other place around the world. Now, this can be done for other commercial vehicles, trucks, vans, small classic cars, or day-to-day commuters. As the price of EV parts do come down, you may see retrofit becoming more and more of a commonplace, and it saves vehicles being imported into the country if you can retrofit them to electric. I mean, this will do 110 miles WLTP, which is probably perfect for small island communities and smaller locations which don't need to do large mileage. Now, in the boot of the Mini, where you keep, obviously, your charging cables and that sort of stuff, you also have a battery pack hidden under here. This is the battery pack you saw a minute ago. It tucks in under here where the spare wheel used to go on the car and picks up on the original subframe mounting point. Then you have your charger, and then here you have a little button that you press to unlock the charging point. Now, inside the car, it still looks like a classic because it has original style gauges, but these now show different data. So we have kilowatts, which is the amount of power being used, and that is kilowatts you're using, but also kilowatts you're putting back into the car because that's regenerative braking. We can basically salvage energy when you're going down a hill or braking to put back into the battery pack. Then you have miles per hour, which can also be kilometers per hour, and you have temperatures. So you have your battery temperature, your motor temperature, and you have your state of charge, 0 to 100%, to tell you how much battery you've actually used. Now you have a throttle pedal replacement, which replaces the original. Brake pedal stays the same. Remove the clutch if it did have one, because it's now single speed. And you have a gear shifter. So this is a gear shifter to drive neutral reverse. though, but it's still a shifter. Just because, well, why would you not want it to still feel like a plastic Mini? Keep the shifting same. One big question we always get is what happens to electric vehicles and their batteries when they get accident damage like this, or they get near end of life? Now, there is a very good solution. Now, before I talk about the recycling of EVs and some of the amazing things we can do with the high voltage battery packs for energy storage, let's explain about the environmental impact, because I do get asked an awful lot is, are EVs actually better for the environment when you take into account the production of the high voltage battery pack? And the short answer is yes, but here's why. After a vehicle has covered 20 to 30,000 miles, an EV is environmentally better. And throughout its lifetime, it will actually output 70% less CO2. And if it's then charged by renewable energy, that figure is even lower. The other key takeaway is air quality and noise pollution. EVs are silent, which is great for island life because you don't hear petrol diesel vehicles driving around. And you're also not breathing in particulates and CO2 that is expelled from those petrol and diesel engines, which has a massive impact on the environment, ecosystem and marine life. And you lose the risk of oil spills and petrol and diesel spills, which can have drastic effects on everything around it. Now let's talk about recycling of electric vehicles. What happens when an EV reaches end of life? I mean, whether it's accident damage like this Tesla next to me, or whether it's just high mileage or extremely old, there's still a huge amount of value in the vehicle and the parts. And if they're recycled correctly, it really helps us move in towards more of a circular economy. Now, the parts that are good on this car can be taken off. They can be used to repair and keep other vehicles on the road. But also, the battery pack can come out of it and be used for energy storage. So whether it's an accident damaged car or maybe it's a really high mileage car, the battery may have degraded between 70 and 80%, so it's not seen fit for road use, that battery can come out and be used in a second life application for another 15 to 20 years in energy storage. This is where we connect the dots. This is ChargeCube, an energy storage and charging infrastructure device that uses those second life EV batteries that I've just spoken about. Now, the key thing is it charges up with solar, wind, hydro, and then it can be utilized when needed, meaning power houses, businesses, or recharge those electric vehicles even if the grid is down. Now, I'm going to talk to you in detail about this ChargeCube and exactly how it works and how it's built. Let's talk about the outside of the ChargeCube first. So it's a 10-foot ISOC container, which is actually cut down from a 20-foot, so recycled. It has a 7 kilowatt AC charger built in on either side, and it can also have CCS rapid charging built in. We can use the battery power to output huge amounts of electricity to do rapid DC charging. We then have power in and out. So in the side of it, we have AC power going in, or we can have solar, wind, hydro going directly in via DC. And then we have AC outputs, which can go to things like houses, businesses, and pavilion charging stations, which I'll show you about in a little bit. Now let's explain the inside of it and exactly how this thing works. Let's show you the inside of ChargeCube. Now, within this setup, this has 2 Tesla battery packs, giving it 150 kilowatt hours, but they can actually stack up to 6 high, giving 450 kilowatt hours of battery power within this 10-foot container. We then have a large solar inverter. This is a 50 kilowatt inverter. You could run 2 to 3 of these within here with ease, or you can run a custom power electronics unit for doing DC rapid charging and other things. It then has solar and wind direct input, has a cloud-based system for monitoring and looking after itself. Then we have the DC lines that come in here. So this inverter can do up to 1,000 volts in. So you can basically run the batteries in series and parallel and feed them directly into the inverter. We then have power coming in from external, whether it's a generator. This system can actually turn on and off the generator. So what you could actually do is have a super efficient generator running at peak efficiency. This system, when it hits, say, 20% battery, turn the generator on, run the generator for a period of time in its efficiency band, then shut the generator down, run the battery for the remainder of the time. If you do have biofuels, this could be a really good advocate to run alongside it. So that's your power in there. You have a shutdown for the 12-volt system in case of emergency. You can shut the system down. And then you have output fuse box, which does the AC outputs to go to the supplies to houses, businesses, car charging points, and things like that. There's then also a liquid cooling system up here, which basically manages the temperature within the battery packs and the container, keep them at peak efficiency, and to make them happy for long periods of time. Now, this should be able to operate for 15 to 20 years on second life batteries based on the research we have done. And we then also have a link here, which is 4G, which then means we can monitor these anywhere in the world at any point in time to make sure they are online and reliable as possible. Alongside the energy storage, you need charging infrastructure. And that's because with charging infrastructure, EV adoption is quicker and easier. You'll hear things like range anxiety, which I don't think you're going to see in Caribbean islands because they're fairly small and most electric vehicles will do over 300 miles minimum per charge these days. But if you've got good charge infrastructure deployed in the correct locations, it will allow EV adoption to happen faster. And if the energy is produced throughout the day via solar, stored, and then can be deployed at night via charging infrastructure, it will make ownership of an EV considerably cheaper, taking into account the fact that cars are slightly more expensive to buy at the start compared to a petrol diesel counterpart right now. Now, these are easy to deploy. In UK, Europe, they don't need planning permission. I'm not exactly sure what the rules are in the Caribbean, but you're not digging anything up. You sit them in place, you run some cradle tray in. You're not doing any environmental damage or digging things up. And it allows you to learn where you need the chargers around the islands. And then long term, you can potentially decide to put permanent infrastructure into those locations once you've proven their use in that location. Transitioning to clean energy has never been easier. With the mass production of solar panels, battery energy storage, and EVs, never been a better time to make the transition. Why not power paradise with clean energy?
All right, that was good. Was it?
Yes, good.
Okay.
Hopefully everyone learned something.
Yeah, I'm sure. Everyone heard and learned something. We're going to have a little chat.
Yes.
See if we could dig in a few more. And if anybody from the audience has anything that we'll hear from them as well.
There is no doubt, Chris, that buying an electronic vehicle, buying an EV is not a cheap undertaking. You agree?
I do agree.
How do you see that playing out?
So there's multiple ways to look at it. Obviously, China are mass producing EVs now, and the price is falling rapidly. But I think the Caribbean could also look at it from a different route and say, do you need to buy in brand new vehicles from China? Or could you actually buy in vehicles from other countries? For example, the UK does loads of vehicle leasing, and they'll do 2 lease cycles, so 3 years, hit 6 years, and then there's huge amounts of electric vehicles available at 6 years old that have been used in the UK, probably under 100,000 miles, that are considerably cheaper than they would be buying new. So to feed into the whole circular economy thing, potentially you could take those vehicles from the UK that are going to be in large volume, because the UK has that culture of buying new every couple of years, and they don't necessarily need to. And it's going to take a while for the UK to get out of that culture when they realize EVs last a lot longer than a normal internal combustion engine. So it's going to be an opportunity very soon in the next couple of years to probably pick up a lot of electric vehicles fairly cheap to bring into the Caribbean that are extremely good vehicles, extremely reliable, but they'll be cost effective.
Let me ask you an interesting question. That's how I'm going to coin it. We hear a lot in the Caribbean that we have so many used vehicles being imported and that they're becoming a strain on the environment. What would be the difference if we're going to follow the path that you just mentioned, for instance?
So I think the difference is that there is a recycling route for the EVs, in that we can take the batteries out and put them into energy storage. And obviously as the uptake of EV happens, you'll need more and more energy storage. Also, the more energy storage you have, if you do have a natural disaster, providing you have enough battery storage, potentially you can run for weeks on just the battery packs. I think as we've seen here at the bank, I think there's a large battery pack here as well that allows this place to run if there's an outage for a considerably long period of time. So that may be the opportunity I'm seeing, is when the EVs hit the end of life here, they get recycled, the batteries go into energy storage. And I think people need to understand that when the batteries go into energy storage, they have a really easy life. When you're accelerating an EV, you pull a lot of power, but as soon as they go into energy storage, the use and the degradation on the battery is massively slowed. because you pull and you're using a lot less power than you would be when it's in a vehicle and you're accelerating, basically.
If we have any questions from the audience, I'll be happy to take them. So just raise your hand if you. Okay, let's go straight down to you first, Telly, and then we'll take the gentleman here in this row in front of me. Go ahead, Telly.
Thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation. Given the cost of battery storage, would you say it's still feasible for like an ordinary, whether business or even individual in the Caribbean, to kind of afford to set up like a charge queue? What's the feasibility of it? Because from my little research on the battery storage, even though costs are coming down for PV, but when it comes to battery storage, it's still a consideration, considerably high.
So the reason we actually created ChargeCube as a company was because we could see battery storage was really expensive. And it looked like a lot of the companies out there doing new battery storage were making really high profit margins just because they can at this point in time. And it was just really, really frustrating to me and my business partner, Alex. So we sort of got our head into the fact that we could, in theory, take an accident-damaged Tesla or a high-mileage Tesla. We could break it for parts. We could sell the parts off, and the parts would pretty much cover the battery cost. And then we'd have the batteries used for energy storage. Yes, there's still costs there, but if in comparison, a ChargeCube cost-wise is cheaper than you buying a charging infrastructure from China. And we can manufacture it in the UK as well. And we're still cheaper than Chinese manufacturing. Potentially that could become a route forward for the Caribbean. There's nothing stopping you bringing the parts in and manufacturing units here to bring the cost point down as well. Because there's so many electric vehicle batteries floating around the US that are just stacking up because the form factor of them now is very difficult to recycle. There's loads and loads available. So you may be able to source those components cost effectively. The inverter would come from China, batteries from the US sort of thing, but you potentially could build them in the Caribbean fairly cost effectively with your labor here to bring that cost point down. And obviously I expect you've got a lot of containers coming in that you could reutilize into energy storage. So there may well be a market for yourselves to be more self-sufficient from a manufacturing point of view on the energy storage side of things.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So interesting presentation. But I have a question, and
go ahead, just press it again. Yeah.
Okay. The end of life, and not the recycling part of it, but there's an actual end of life for these batteries. What happens at end of life?
So currently it's a little bit up in the air, I've got to be honest with everyone. So what we've seen is that the battery recycling centres globally haven't really increased at pace. They've stayed fairly small, I think, but mainly because the EV battery will last a lot longer than people anticipate. What we see happening is that batteries have a lot of very valuable rare earth materials. So we are hoping that within 15 to 20 years down the line, those materials will be even more valuable. So you may find at end of life, there is a high value in the lithium, the cobalt, and the other materials within those battery packs to remove them, potentially sell them to people that then want to pay to recycle them. Rather at the moment, you're paying to dispose of electric vehicle batteries. There will be a change at some point in the coming years where there's a value to those batteries being recycled. We've currently seen it in the UK now where I think we can be paid, it's not very much, it's probably about, I think it was £100 per tonne of battery for lithium batteries to be recycled. So we're starting to see it change now that the people are seeing a value in the lithium batteries to recycle them. Whereas up till now, we've seen it be the opposite, where you've had to pay considerable amounts of money to dispose of them.
Thank you. If we have any more, I'll take them. Go ahead. But just before we go to you, since we were on the battery situation, how do we build out the charging infrastructure?
Okay, so charging infrastructure is an interesting one, but there's loads of companies and countries all over the world that have done this now. So what I would do is look at the other countries and go, what have they done well, what haven't they done well, learn from their mistakes, and then put that into place. Luckily, the islands here are fairly small, so you're not going to need crazy fast rapid charging, which all over the world they seem to think they need to charge as fast as possible. But most people that have an EV tend to charge at home. So every time they go out and get into their vehicle, is ready to drive. So it doesn't work if you live in a block of flats or a high-rise building, but for most situations, you can leave your vehicle on charge overnight and charge it up. One thing it may be worth looking at doing in the Caribbean is V2G, because you can then take the batteries that are in the cars and use them to grid backup. So you can, in theory, take the energy that's in the battery, use it to store power in, and then pull that power back out of the battery overnight when the sun isn't shining to power up houses. If you can get that into a very clever integrated system that potentially uses AI modeling, weather data around those sort of things to put power in and out of the batteries, you can potentially pay people to use the power out of their battery in their vehicle that they potentially produce themselves in the daytime from the solar array. So there's some really clever stuff you can do from charge infrastructure. So it's probably just looking at it and going, we're going to transition to EV over the next, say, 10 years in the Caribbean. Where do we want to be? So let's put in vehicle-to-grid charging at the start, knowing that will become a thing, and that will help back up the grid on basically on nights or outages if there is a hurricane or a volcano. If you've got a fully charged 100 kilowatt-hour battery pack next to your house, you should be able to use that to maintain and power your house for probably a week in most situations. I think the average house maybe 20 kilowatt hours a day of usage. So if you've got a 100 kilowatt-hour pack, you've got a good 5 days worth of power sat in your vehicle.
Yes. Next question.
Thank you very much, Chris, for the presentation. I think one of the obstacles, I believe, for the lack of take-up of EVs in the Caribbean, perhaps in Grenada as well, is fear of the unknown. I don't think many people know exactly how these vehicles will perform, and so they start waiting for somebody to make the mistake first. And so I think the government can play a big role in that by leading by example. And so in many countries, government has the largest fleet of vehicles. And so if the government can lead by example by actually buying those vehicles and outfitting their fleet, I think you'll have a larger take-up and so on. Because for example, in Grenada, you have the case where a lot of the bus drivers, I believe, would not buy these vehicles because they don't know how it will perform over the hills. And if you have a vehicle from the government that is outperforming, for example, one of those vehicles, I believe that the bus drivers and so on will take it up. One other thing I wanted to ask is, though, we are prone to natural hazards and so on in the region, flooding in particular from heavy rains and so on. How does EV perform, given that the battery, as you mentioned, is at the base of the vehicle? How would that perform if there is flooding? What happens to these batteries and to the vehicle eventually and so on? You can respond to that. Thank you.
Okay. Some of you may have seen some of the TikTok videos recently of the Chinese 4x4 just wading through a lake, floating. I don't know if anyone's seen that or come across it. So there's a lot of articles out there now, a lot of videos, especially around the UK and stuff, around flooding. In the electric vehicles seem to cope extremely well in flood situations. We've dealt with a lot of battery packs over the years, and we've stripped a lot of flood-damaged battery packs, and there's been no water ingress into them at all. They are extremely well sealed. I actually have a friend who has a Tesla that sat submerged, probably up to 2 foot high, for 24 hours, and he's still driving it today. So flooding risk around electric vehicles, they are built extremely well. They float extremely well, it seems. Surprisingly, they are quite heavy, but they are very well sealed. So yeah, from a flooding point of view, the electric vehicles should do extremely well in those situations.
Maybe that ought to be one of the taglines.
It probably depends on the manufacturer, though, just to put that.
True. We must wrap up, unfortunately, so that we can try to stay on track. Thank you very much, Chris.
No problem at all.
And quite insightful.
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, by the way, it's time for skylarking.
I don't know why these people always bring me on when it's lunchtime. I don't know why. Hello, everybody. Everybody good? Now, I don't know why they keep putting me on just before lunchtime. And I know Caribbean people, when they're hungry, they vex. Please don't vex with me. It ain't me who organize it. Blame the organizer. But anyway, I'm going to start like a little bit, not too much, because I want to talk about traveling through the Caribbean. Because traveling through the Caribbean, it's an adventure. And I have my fair share, as the Kittians say, me have my fair share. I remember one time I was flying from Tortola to St. Kitts. No, to St. Martin, sorry. That time I was still fluffy and plucky. So when I sit down in the chair, the right side in the aisle, the left side on the next person's seat, but the seat belt couldn't click because it was too much fluff. So I pressed the button, click, and the woman come walls down the thing. You know, she Mary, like Miss Universe, Miss, excuse me, because I don't want nobody here, me ask for extra seat belt. I say, come, can you please give me an extra seat belt? Oh, you want the extra seat belt? Me say, hey, listen to me. If I wanted to announce to the whole plane, my mouth loud enough, I was so upset. Because traveling in the Caribbean, I don't know who troubled that poor young lady that morning, but she was not in a good mood. And maybe how she was passing, she going to pass because this piece was in the island. So. And then, but traveling is sweet in the Caribbean. I remember one time going to Dominica, the nature isle. And my God, I was flying from Tortola. First of all, I went to the travel plan. I said, I want a ticket from the BVI to St. Vincent. They tell me I'm going from the BVI to Antigua to Dominica, then St. Vincent. I say, sir, I did not ask for a flight from all them places. They say, that's how we say, well, anyway, that's all right. That's your plane. So when you leave Antigua now going to Dominica, I fell asleep. So me had the window seat. So my head was braced on the window. So if I open my eye, I go see everything down there. At one time, I feel a big jolt. So when I open my eye, all I can see, we're going to land in Dominica, was ECCB trees. In my mind, me say, I'm going to crash. Me start one piece of scream. I said, Jesus Christ, are we dead now? Mother, oh God, we dead. But you must say, no. It's Dominica we are landing. Me say, yes, but look at the treetop right by the bottom of the plane. I'm not sure if anybody ever fly to Dominica. And when you fly down, is it when you touch the treetop? And near pee myself. But we land, and we said, good. The other time, I was going to St. Lucia, no, again, but the landing in St. Lucia, I think God make me unique. You know why? Because every moment in my life is an adventure. And going to St. Lucia now, I forgot it was Friday the 13th. So when you're playing while I know in St. Lucia, I find the plane going wrong and wrong and wrong. So I say, what's going on? Then the man come and say, we have to circle because there's a dog on the A strip. So I say, and he's talking, so I say, please tell the pilot, tell the people don't be able to kill the dog. Don't catch it, kill it, because if we keep circling and the fuel finish, all are we dead. Anyway, some idiot in the plane jump up, oh God, today's Friday the 13th. He said, Jesus Christ, everybody turned Christian. Who not start talking tongues? The man in front of me, he was drunk as a skunk. The man turned Christian. Jesus, you man in front, him now, go back and start speaking tongues. Shantalaba, Rambushke, if he is speaking tongues. They had church in that place. But we land into St. Lucia. But my most memorable adventure is when I lost 90 pounds and all his skin hang down now. So my sister came up with a great idea to actually, Colin, I think you should use something called a faha. I said, what in heaven's name is a faha? He says a man called. I said, excuse you? He said, yes, because you bring the skin together and you look good when I'm sitting with him. I said, all right. She said, let's do a 2X. I said, no, I want to look sexy, so do 1X. That was the mistake I made. It didn't come from Amazon. Now, I'm the only boy for my dad. So I have 4 sisters. And because of me, they love me like how hog love mud. They come and say, can you the faha reach? You put anything like a pants, you cut from your right back here, so you're good. And you have to, hooks and eye, call it, ladies, hooks and eye. They hooks and eye thing right up. It takes about 45 minutes to get me. But when I look at myself in the mirror, I sex and see. Me waist small like a Jack Spanner. Me chest high like a turkey. Johnny Bravo had nothing on me. I was real nice. I said, oh gosh. I said, Najla, let's not take it off. Let's take me please to the Lagotong or buy a shot, a nice slim shot. No. Because me look nice. It's like me had 9 abs. Me had chest like I was working out for 10 years. I was looking real nice. So we go tongue and we buy a nice shirt. And short fit me nice, snuggle. The morning of the flight, we wake up my 3 sisters. They come and help me again. Take about next hour again to pick it up. When we put on the faha, I look real nice. But when I go into the airport, I feel like a dizzy. I say, Najda, let me go sick on my vacation. He said, now you're mine. I'm going and I said, no, because I'm going to eat. Reach by the airport. I check in. They stamp me something. Go by the plane. I realize when the plane take altitude, I say something not right. I say, I feel nice. And if I tell her, I say, no, I say something, it's like going dead. Then, me press the thing, you want to come down. I say, can you give me a glass of water, please? She come with a small rum glass. I don't know why airplane come there. One small rum glass, like I just urinate my bed. Me try drink water. The water can't pass here. I said, Jesus have mercy. That means all me organs shut off, me going dead. And midway through, me say something, in case me dead, let me make my path straight. I say, Father God, Jesus, for all the sins I have committed, those I know about, and those I don't know about, please forgive me, I'm coming home. I thought I was going to be dead. Next thing, we plane land, and coming down, me need to knee like a jelly, I'm a tremble. Me say, what causes this boy make an ague? That's a Vinci name. When they were really sick. He said, no, I'm going dead. The old man see that I'm really sick, and she hold me hand, and she helped me up in the into Antigua terminal. Me stamp a passport, the one sign passport, and I was going across now to the metal thing now, to go to the metal thing. Next thing now, going toward about 4 steps, if I start to get stunned, I start to move. I say, oh man, let me drink Vince's strong rum. Next thing, I say, no boy. I say, Colin? I say, He said, take off the far. Right in the airport, you know. No, it was around 9/11. So when I start to unbutton my shirt, and they see the girdle, they think I was a suicidal bomber. People murdered, no sir, all the security guard backing, no sir, please. Sir, please. Mr. Ground. When I'm unbuckling the thing them, then 2 pieces of flesh had dropped on like 2 wet socks. They fell down, I didn't care. And I feel that time like my spirit come back in my body. I said, Jesus, look how me almost kill myself. Are you laugh? I see you are staying. And that's just the iceberg of different adventures I went through when it comes to flying in the Caribbean. One time I was flying from St. Martin to go to Saba. Me never hear about Saba. But the group I was singing with said, we're going to Saba go sing. I was still huge and big and fluffy. And hello, how much means I have 1 minute? My grandfather Tony. So, but anyway, on that note, may have come back next year. For you have come up with this story next year. So I leave, hold on. I have some gifts, right, to give away. And one from me, and I have 2 from Wax Memories. Listen, they smell good until. I have 3 questions. And now all the Vincentians in the house, let me see your hands. No, don't answer. Now, I want you to name the national hero of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hey, you have Vinci. No, you have a full name. What's the full name of the national hero of St. Vincent and the Grenadines? The only national hero we have. He was the chief. Our chief. We have survived a tsunami. He had enough wave. Tell me. Give her a hand, please. Come up here. So you get a little gift now. From, you move slower, are we hungry, move faster? I'll take picture too? No, you book by yourself. I never. Wait, chairman. Good, chairman, cockroach killer, come. Wait, do I take picture? Me, girls, thank you. Give her a hand, please. The next question is this. Give me the last 2 years that the La Soufrière volcano erupted in St. Vincent. The last 2 years. The last 2 years, the La Soufrière volcano erupted in St. Vincent. 21 and 22? Now, put up your hand and stand up and tell me. No, incorrect. The last 2, you are correct. Give her a hand, please. 1979 and 2021. Walk fast. Me hungry. Hey, I put on my band since this morning. And me alone have on my band. Now you guys make me look like I'm a greedy person. Listen to me, you look like a very bright person. So I'm going to give you this book. It's called Island Adventure. I don't know who the author is. Island Adventure Caribbean Tales. Give her a hand, please. Thank you very much. And I have the last question. Now, which country in the Eastern Caribbean won Hotel of the Year 2024 from Candace Travel? Now, this is not only for Eastern Caribbean, it was the entire Caribbean. That this hotel won, and tell me the country it's in. Sandals? No, that was coming. So tell me the country in the Eastern Caribbean that won Best Hotel in 2024 by Canada's Travel. No, wait, I talk about tourism. Because people know about tourism and all and something there. I don't know. 4 seasons, not even 5 seasons. No one knows. I'm sorry? Spice Island, I asked for not the hotel, I asked for the country. It's not Grenada.
Angola.
Yes, sir. Come on, please, sir. Who is it? Come, get up and come. Give her a hand, please. It's Dominica won it this year. Last year, sorry. Dominica won it. When you put on this hair, your wife will have an next baby. Yeah? Yes, thank you so much, sir. I think, yeah, wonderful. I appreciate that. Everyone, give them a hand, please. Now, I want everybody to please follow me on Facebook, Colin Butler, on YouTube and TikTok, Skylarking with Colin. And you can also get my book on Amazon, Island Adventures, Caribbean Tales. Now, it was a pleasure being here, but before me talk about pleasure, we have a big thing tonight, reggae dinner. So make sure all who going to catch the bus leaving the hotel 6 o'clock, not 6:15. Here are some people who are high. Please don't wait to watch high heel shoes. You have to be on time. All right? So, ladies and gentlemen, it was a pleasure for me being here. Thank you, and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Great, great, great. All right. We did promise you that we're going to come back for the virtual. So we're going to, just as he was giving away, we are going to try again to give away. It has been very difficult to give away money today. Let's spin. Okay. Karen, are you there? Just unmute your mic and let us know that you are there. Is Karen there? She is. Okay, great. So let's congratulate Karen. Finally, we have a winner. Okay, Karen, just to make sure it is not a robot, could you just write something in the chat and say, yes, I'm here? Unmute your mic or just write a message. We just want to make sure it's not a robot answering. There? Let me just check, make sure. So we're going to move on? Okay. Oh, go, Karen. Next. Let's spin again. Remember, unmute. If your name comes up, unmute your mic or put a message to confirm that you are there. Who we have now? This Karen again? You got to be kidding me. Karen, are you there? When she finds out about this, okay, we go on to another keg. Carrie Michelle. Carrie Michelle, unmute your mic or type a message. Are you there, Carrie? Carrie, are you there? Carrie's not there. Let's spin again. Are we really going to keep this money? Nora St. Rose. Nora, I knew you were there. Unmute your mic, type a message, just say, I am here. I'm definitely here. Not here again. Whew. Let's spin again. This is the last one. If nobody is there, we are going to keep the money. Stay on Henry, stay on Henry. I told you all I was going to win this money fair and square. See, just change your Jenny to Val. Okay, Val Henry, sorry. Jenny Henry, are you there? All right, we're going to keep the money. It has been a nice but long day. But every good thing must come to an end, and we are at that point. Now, I want to wrap up this way. You've seen the presenters, you've seen everybody, so you know who they are. And you've seen what is going on this beautiful screen and all the technical work and so. I just want you to know, to manage and operate and run a conference like this is not easy. We sit and we see what is unfolding, but the magic that goes on here, behind here, with this pool of experts, it is amazing. They're the ones who put the stuff on the screen, make sure the audio, the video, everything, and it's a fast-paced changing environment behind here where things change. That's why if you were observant every now and then, I'm looking at my phone because
I may come on with one set of instructions and they may require changing because of a famous word, especially in the public sector, the exigencies of the system. So I want you to show some appreciation to the technical team, the people who make the magic. Now, I want to remind us as we close that our theme for this year was in pursuit of extraordinary excellence. Not just excellence, but extraordinary excellence. And that's important. But I want to remind that it is not in isolation. It came as part of the bank's and the governor's big push. And to put it into perspective, the big push is a call for a decade of transformative actions that will double the GDP of the economies of the ECCU and to elevate the quality of life for us. And so that is the vision, that is the goal. All of what has been happening is to bring that to fruition, including today and yesterday in terms of the presentations that we've had. And over the years, all of these presentations have been building up to that. Yesterday, today, the wonderful presentations that I hope we all have taken in to do better and to advance that goal. So I want to remind us of that as we think about it. But to give the formal closing remarks, allow me to invite the Chief Director of Policy at the ECCB, Dr. Tracy Polius.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. We've come to the end of yet another growth and resilience dialogue, themed in pursuit of extraordinary excellence. Like every good researcher, I cannot resist the temptation to proffer a definition of the word excellence. The quality of being outstanding or very good. Oxford definition. This year's dialogue featured many presentations, ranging from a focus on excellence in tourism, sports, preservation of indigenous culture, and building data and information resilient systems, and adoption of electrical vehicles. Our presenters delivered many potent messages on their approaches to success. Shortly, I highlight 4 main takeaways. Presentations from the Kalinago Chief and Fiona Compton, The Story of Us, direct us to define and determine our own potential and our own goals. No one knows our countries better than we do. While our countries are small and vulnerable, our accomplishments in sports, academics, and even business have shown that we are punching way above our weight. We are best placed to plan, strategize for our countries. Importantly, Governor Antoine's big push points us to our own ambition of a thriving economy within the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. We should therefore not limit ourselves to the perceptions of others. Adjacent to defining and determining our potential and goals is the utilization of all the resources available to us. People, culture, data, clean energy, and even wastewater and sargassum were specifically referenced. Donna Regis Prosper identified our people as a major input and output of our tourism product. Our people are central to the interaction within the tourism industry. We must therefore invest in them. Dr. Farrell highlighted the importance of data and systems management to support decision and policy making. Dr. Edwards pointed to the richness of our culture and the potential to leverage it as we reimagine our tourism product. And Dr. Henry today demonstrated how we can leverage rum wastewater and sargassum to create a carbon-neutral biogas to power transport and perhaps other sectors. This brings meaning to the adage, reduce, reuse, recycle. The engagement with our 2024 triple gold medalist, Thea Lafont, a lady who embodies excellence and humility, points to the importance of purposeful and deliberate practice. Thea Lafont admonished that practice does not make perfect, it makes permanent. This is relevant to sports, but is also relevant to every other career we choose to pursue. Thea Lafont also pointed to the intersectionality between sports and education. In many ways, sports drives excellence in education and in work, as it allows students to build the discipline required to attain academic success. My third takeaway is the importance of staying the course. Again, Thea Lafont underscored the application of grit, determination, and discipline on the journey to success. The Kalinago chief pointed us to sustained customs of the Kalinago people. In a world of social media and social pressure, the pressure to adhere to emerging trends is tremendous, and it therefore takes grit to remain true to oneself. In that regard, the Kalinago people represent a strong example of grit and determination. We could learn a lot from them. The story of us focused attention to the resilience of Caribbean people. That resilience has allowed us to build the economies of our small, natural resource poor countries. Dr. Curtis emphasized data is a resource, the new gold, while the Hitachi cyber team pointed to the importance of building cyber resilience. I extend that argument to include the need to build social, economic, and financial resilience. I end with a quotation from one of our online participants. We did not hear much from them, and so therefore I bring some voice to our online participants at this time. Ms. Cadella Henry Victor, and I quote, "The knowledge shared here would be impactful for many years to come. Kudos to the organizers made in bringing together these presenters, timely, effective, and inspiring." End of quote. I add to Cadella's wisdom in saying that our current challenges present many opportunities that we must seize with urgency. One example highlighted by Dr. Henry is that of the sargassum issue. On behalf of the governor, management, and staff of the ECCB, I thank all our presenters, moderators, and participants for attending and engaging. We thank our local conference team for all your efforts in putting this dialogue together. We know it takes much work. We sincerely hope that the conference provided you with useful insights and input into your work. We hope also that you can leverage your expanded network for joint research and partnerships as we pursue collectively the development of the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union. Thank you.